This is the start of the stream. This is the very beginning of this stream. Lost in a room, says the Potter. It is morning here. Hope you had a good day or afternoon. I Lost and the Potter. Danny says Donnie doesn't sleep. No, I sleep. First says hello the Potter. Okay. First says, I've been up for 14 hours and have to be up for 15 more. Wow, that's very crazy. That's bad. I'm sorry that you have to do that. Santa says, what is your favorite sport? I like basketball, but to be honest, I'm not much into sports at all. Yusuf says we're starting. I mean, we already have started, actually. The Potter says it's cloudy. Hi, Mr. Donnie. Hello, the Potter. It's cloudy where you are. Okay. Tell or ask me anything in the chat. The Potter says, by the way, Don, do you get deja vu? Deja vu? I don't. Ish says, hello, Donnie. Hello, Ish. I dislike the nickname Donnie, by the way. So only say that if you want me to dislike you. The Illis says, Don, I'm eating mac and cheese. Nice, I like mac and cheese. I'm jealous. Wow says, thank you for the lovely bouquet. You got the wrong person. Squilliam says, day 25 of asking Don, how's life? Hello, Squilliam. Today is good as usual. My stomach is full. I feel good. Ish says, I'm Azaz. I have been here. What? The Potter says, I will call you Mr. Benitez. That's not a bad nickname. Q says, hi, remember Coke? Gang, assemble. Yeah, I guess I'm a part of the Coke gang. Lost says, I miss you, bro. What's up, Lost? Anonymous says, I cast you manual breathing. I'm manually breathing. Aiden says, how long ago did you go live? I've been live for a total of 2.5 minutes. Brad says, early gang, what's up, Donald? How was your day? Great. Today has been great. Weirdly says, are you real? I am real. Should be obvious. Tan says, red face emoji. Okay. Master says, yo Don, how's it going? Good. Good. My human body feels good. Final says, does anybody seize my chat? I can seize it. Lost says, how much sleep you have? I'm running on 9 hours of sleep. Notification says, hi Don. Hello, charlatan. Weirdly says, you kinda look AI generated. I guess so, but if you look closely, you can tell this is real. Sherry says, hi. Hello, Sherry. Saf says, where are you from? I live in the USA. Kiana says, what are you doing? I'm just sitting here reading people's chat messages. First says, have you heard of pickle lemonade? I hate it. I have not heard of it. That sounds pretty gross. Notification says, remember the number challenge? Yeah, I do. I appreciate your original ideas, but for the current moment, I'm not doing your recommendation. Yule says, why are you ignoring me? I'm not. The Potter says, Don, have you played No, I Am Not a Human? I don't know what that is. Ollie says, hello. Hello, Ollie. Ish says, have you had burgers with pickles and with pancakes? I have not had that combo. Curd says, hi. Hello, Curd. The Potter, I already read that. Anonymous says, Donnie boy, OF win. I'm not planning to delve into pornography at all. No pornography. Vor says, you look like Hyojin from Stray Kids. Okay. Sif says, Ugata. Okay, whatever that is. Axe says, you ignoring me. I'm not. Shut up. The Lil says, drop the OF. I don't make any kind of sexually arousing content. VR says, do you like men? Well, yeah, but not romantically. Ish says, Don, why does everyone like Stray Kids? I don't know. I didn't even know what that is. Coldslayer says, what up, nephew? Hello, Coldslayer. Opus says hi. Hello, Opus. Celestial says, gih. What? Axe says, my profile picture is my cat. Is she cute? I'm looking at it right now, and it looks cute. Not says, what is your favorite color? Gray. Zebra says, cool stream. Thank you. Sif says, 2 to 3 years, Dagestan and forget. I don't know what that is. Barbara says, tell me to jerk off. I'm not gonna tell you to do that. S. Brandy says, hey, what's up? When would you end the stream? Maybe at night. I don't know what you're getting at. Ollie says, what are you playing? I'm not playing a video game right now. JST says, what's the countdown for? You can read about it in the pinned comment. Yul says, pronounce my name Cheshta. Well, I tried. Sun says, Brady Bunch hairdo is an odd choice. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really voluntarily choose it. I'm just lazy. Coldslayer says, are you gonna dye your hair in 20 years to look younger? Maybe. I don't know if it would be specifically to look younger, though. Maybe just for style. Ollie says poo. Okay. The Potter says, no, I am not a human is a first-person horror video game. It's a video game. Okay, I have not played it. AK says, Chigati. Okay. First says, 2 to 3 years, Dagestan is a joke. Basically telling a feminine person to become more masculine and muscular. Okay, I should become less feminine, less nerd, more muscle. Okay. Coffee says, bro, there's no pinned comment. Is there not? That is there really no pinned comment? I'm pretty sure there is. But I'm gonna check. Is there? Ish says, Don, you are the best. Thank you. Not says sex, like my gender. I'm a male. Yoda says, are you gonna get a girl? Maybe. Brad says, there's really no pinned comment. Wow, I messed up. I usually don't mess up like that. There's always a pinned comment. Wow. Let me pin a comment now. Okay, there is now a pinned comment that you can read about the timer. Sorry for the misunderstanding. Rev says, honestly, describe the chat in one word. Random. Clara says, hi. Hello, Clara. Notification says, who's your top 5 favorite viewers in this channel? Dude, I dislike ranking my viewers. That's a weird question. Saf says, sing now. AD says, why are you so sad? I'm not sad. It's Flame says, bruh, my sister got 2 lines on a pregnant test. She's pregnant? Okay. Hisoka says, hi dude, drink some water. I will in like half an hour. Brad says, the pinned comment is very helpful. I had no idea what was going on in here, but now it all makes sense. Funny. You knew what was going on. Loss says, will the Australians make you rich tonight? I think it's turning nighttime in Australia right now. I don't think the Australians are going to be awake for long, so maybe not. Coldslayer says, hope you had enough to buy Coke. I did. GD says, did you know my English name is James? I did not. Shadow says, do you remember me? No. Celestial says, I like your voice. Thank you. The Lil says, let me out of the walls, let me out of the walls. You're not in my walls. Not says, do you like cookies? Yeah, who doesn't? AD says, I made my sister pregnant. Okay, that's pretty gross. Raxley says, "Hi Don, I hope you are doing good." I am doing good. B says, "Go on shorts." What do you mean? Cold Slayer says, "Is Nathan English? Because that's my name." I do not know if it's English. I think it is. The Potter says, "The Aussies are coming. Duck." Okay. Fret says, "My sister died." I'm sorry to hear that. Not says, "Hey, my name is Rose." Okay. Brandy says, "How do you feel the winter fading and spring coming on?" I I I like it. I like the changing of seasons. I'm bored of winter now. Scooter says, "How you like my name?" It's a okay name. Mia says, "You remember me?" I don't. Jay says, "Did you know apples taste like apples?" I did. Saf says, "Look behind." No. Not says, "My cat died a day after her B-day." That's really unfortunate, sorry. Brad says, "What's your favorite foreign accent?" Not Australia. I think I like the British accent. Rani says, "My older sister died 3 years ago. I'm sorry." Timothy says, "Hey, how are you?" I'm excellent. Sun says, "Next comment is from a furry with no scruples." This is the next comment. Ten San says, "Thoughts on Pakistan?" I heard it was a better place to visit than India. Lost says, "I can't wait for daylight savings, more time to be outside." Okay. Ish says, "Do you remember me?" I don't. Notification says, "How do you pick comments?" I use a software called Live Chat Overlay. JST says, "I'm Timmy Tough Knuckles." I thought it was Tommy. Emily says, "My cat died. Rest in peace, Charlie." Rest in peace. JJ says, "I just subscribed." Okay. Amelia says, "For British accent, it depends where you are, so what part do you like the most?" I don't know the different British accents. Is there a best British accent, you think? JST says, "Please give me a hi." Hi, JST. Use says, "Hi, I love you." That's weird. We don't know each other. Cold Slayer says, "My sisters are still alive." Okay. Nah says, "And I just liked your video and subscribed." Okay. Capybara says, "What the time for you?" It is the morning. Clay says, "Do you eat peanut butter?" No, I don't. Miro says, "Please smell my ass." No. Caden says, "Whatever that is." Coin says, Should I beat Kenos or Archeon? Are those Geometry Dash levels? I say Archeon. The Potter says, "Dubois traced the outline of a dagger over her wall." You're dropping Madagascar 3. Lore? Okay. Coin says, "Fuck. Is that a hard one? Sorry." Black says, "Smell my finger." No thank you. Clara says, "I'm from Finland." Northern Europe? Okay. Sun says, "Do you eat buttered peanuts?" No, I don't like peanuts at all. Beeswax says, "I lost respect for you, but you earned my hate." Interesting. JJ says, "Tell chat a joke, please." No, Lee says, "Once there was a pickle named Fred. Then someone ate him." Okay. Charles says, "I must subscribe." Okay. JST says, "Good boy." What? Vione says, "Why did your ex left you?" I don't know. Snizzle says, "I eat children." Okay. The Potter says, "One man walks into a bar. Bump, he actually walked into the bar." Yeah, I like that joke. The Potter says, I already read that. Charles says, I am, S dressing, what? Bear says 67, okay. Honey says, I just farted a whole plum, I was plum surprised, okay. Bear says, I already read that. Cold says, why is north up and south is down? Who decided that anyway? I don't know. Chicken says, what's your favorite game? Red Dead Redemption 1. Clara says, bro, you sad? I'm not. Big says, hi. Hello, Big. Amelia says, I think the best accent is North London and Hackney. Okay. Gabriel says, I'm back, Donnie Don. Hello, Gabriel. Sif says, do you do this for living? I don't. Coin says, sing the Homer ritual song. I don't know what that is. Rani says, did he know that Abraham Lincoln was born on his birthday? Yeah. February 12th, right? Wong says, can you say case O? There you go. Sponge says 6 plus 7 equals whatever that is. Are those supposed to... Is that like the gesture in text form? Diplo says raw, queer, shop, raw. You're gay? Okay. Ish says Dawn is the goat. By the way, what is Hackney? Some England thing. Mark says thoughts on Hytale. It looks like a ripoff of Minecraft. Bear says you're so cool. Thank you. Wong says ha 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 ha. Okay. Someone says, hi, your live is in Saudi Arabia now. You're watching from there? Cool. Andrew says Parasocial Don Benitez. Okay. Coldslayer says, I don't even know if Don is an English name. I don't know either, to be honest. Alfie says, do you play Roblox? No way. Random says, fuck. Okay. Taze says, do you play modded Minecraft? I don't. Beetroot says, hey cutie patootie. Hello, Beetroot. Ani says, Autocap 92. Okay. The Pickle says, I got a vegan stream. Whatever that means. Lost says, 22 minutes until the stream ends. Someone give this man a donation. That's right. I end the stream when this timer ends, but you can super chat to extend the timer. Someone says, hello, I hope you have a good morning. I will, thank you. Andrew says, can you ban me? No. Even since you're asking, still no. Brad says, what Asian race do you personally find has the most attractive woman? I don't like talking about race. I try to remain, politically correct. But I guess you can give your opinion if you want. First says, hey Don, can you ask how many people in this chat know Vocaloid? I mean, I guess you just ask them there. Wong says, do you like Resident Evil? I don't. Alfie says, don't end stream. Well, super chat, I guess. Philomosity says, Don, take care of your eyes. Thank you for the recommendation. Ani says, Akadaka. Okay. Jacob says, have you ever played Hollow Knight? I have never played that video game. Rand says, Dom, you're my favorite streamer. Thank you. Ducky says, are you gay? I am not gay. Ash says, VK the GOAT. I don't know who that is. Coldslayer says, what do you like? What about do you like President Evil Trump? What? On says, hello. Hello, On. S says, what's the timeout where it's in the morning right now. I don't say the specific time. Cell says, have you a broader R? I don't know what that is. Mark says, is Hytale overhyped? I think so. Not says, Gleorb Gleab. Okay. Summer says, do you know Superman is Superman? I mean, I guess so. Now says, give me money. No. Shadow says, do you remember me now? No, shut up. Dried says, what's your preferred afterlife? Heaven, being a ghost, nothingness? I like not knowing. I just don't think about it. Random says, Dick Cam. I'm not doing that. That's not even allowed on YouTube. Goofy says Shaw, whatever that means. Tio says, why are you lesbian then if you're not gay? I'm a male that is straight. Ellie says, do you play Fortnite? I do sometimes. Re says, will you ever become social with Don Benitez? That's who I am if you see me in real life. Lil says, hi, I am back. Do you still remember me? No. Well, actually, now that I see your profile picture, I do remember you. Ashley Yota super chatted $5 American. Thank you, Ashley. Ashley says, I'm so glad you're on. I was looking for your show earlier. I'm glad to be back, Ashley. Thank you for your super chat. Because of your super chat, I'm gonna extend the timer. Time extended. I am now streaming longer because of you, Ashley. Thank you. And thank you for, you saying that you look forward to the stream. Thank you. Ani says, Kakadia XI. Okay. Yusuf says, 200 people. Okay. Shadow says, crying emoji. Okay. First says, I suppose this is a sort of show, isn't it? Technically, I guess so. Sun says, I'm only here for Amelia. Check out my British accent. I mean, I can't do that with text. Hog says, Don, do you remember me? I do remember you. You have a pretty memorable name. Cold Slayer says, Don is up to his small toenail in cash. What? Dom says, bro. What? Ah says, J de Aka LD. Okay. JST says, why I delete my live streams. I don't know why you do that. The Potter says, someone summon the Aussies. They are the super chatters. Sure. RM says, is Dashy Games the best YouTuber? Definitely not. The Potters, I already read that. Death says, I am the ass master. Okay. Sheik says, who is better, Mbappe or Vinicius? I say Mbappe because his name is fun to say. Ray says, do you like turtles? Yeah, I do. Cold Slayer says, is Big Dick from Australia? No, I'm pretty sure he's American. Ivy says, what do you call a magical dog? A labracadabrador. That's funny. Bond says, when are you gonna make an OnlyFans? That's not happening. I don't like pornography. Brad says, what was the starting timer and how did you come up with that? Why not just start at an even hour? Because I want money. That's why I decreased it. Lil says, I hope that an IED doesn't explode under your desk. Thank you. Star says, what is your opinion on Toyota Prius? I don't know. Sun says, I heard Ashley was looking for me earlier. Okay. Pickle says, gay. You're gay? Okay. Archie says, ball cleaner. Okay. Dragos says, hi. Hello, Dragos. NY says, are you a femboy? I do not consider myself that. USA says, do you play Donut SMP on Minecraft? No, but I have seen the shorts of him getting trapped. Neo says, I hope you have a good day. Thank you. And you say, and don't die from unknown causes. Thank you, I appreciate it. ABC says, I want dick. Okay. Star says, should I start selling my car art? Sure. Anemic says, Bingus Bongus. Okay. Frost says, do you ever cheat in games? I have done that. Tay says, do you try to respect other people? I do. Sponge says, colon cancer. Okay. The Potter says, Don, who would win, Arthur Morgan from Red Dead 2 or Captain Dubois? I think Captain Dubois. The Real says, Should I become the leader of LGBTQ+, if you want to? OZ says, piddle, paddle, possum, pissed a pool of peen. Okay. Patty says, do you listen to the band Gorillaz? I don't, but that one song, On a Hill, I think, whatever it's called, is pretty nice. Loss says, STARS stands for Special Tactics and Rescue Service. Okay. Rainy says, what is your opinion on 19th August 2039? I don't think anything exceptional is going to happen that day. Brad says, you 100% look like a Toyota Prius driver, which is perfectly fine since it's a very practical and reliable vehicle. Okay. Lol says, do you have a job? Maybe. Ani says, UIYK Akada. Okay. Darcy says, what is your name? Don, D-O-N. NYX says, 22nd of September 2034. I don't know why you're saying that date. GD says, August 12th, the heat death of the universe. Okay. Azur says, you will never read my message. I just did. Mutant says, hi, fellow CIA agent. I'm not a part of intelligence. Big Nate says, hi, Don. Good to see you again. Hello, Big Nate. Jess says, salute emoji. Okay. JS says, why do you delete your streams? I don't delete them. I hide them. You can find them in the playlist section of my channel. Colin says, balls. Okay. IZ says, you sound hot, baby. I'm a guy, by the way. Okay. Brianna says, do you know Threadville? I don't. Goat says, how long have you worked for the FBI? I'm not a part of the FBI. RM says, go in public with a sign saying, comment and I'll respond. No, I like it this way. Steven says, good morning, good people of YouTube. Hello, Steve. Frostus says, nostalgia. Hill climb racing, jetpack joyride, cut the rope. I know the first two games you said. The Real says breadstick. Okay. Two First says, what about the Jewish tunnels in New York City? I don't know about them. Trime says, you will never read this. I did. CR says, the simulation is failing. No, it's not. Ziggy says, good morning, bad people of YouTube. Okay. TF2 says, why is your voice deep? Genetics. Numby says, do you prefer sweet or salty? Salty. Viper says, what do you call a guy that's a master at baiting? Huh, masturbating. Morama says, dig your stream and vibe. Do you dream at night? I do dream at night. I actually dreamed I was like in the world of Red Dead Redemption, that video game. Rainy says, good morning, neutral people of YouTube. Hello, Rainy. The Real says, you're a gooner. Okay. Random says, can you take off your shirt? I'm about to finish. You're gonna have to ejaculate with me not taking off my shirt, sorry. Steak says, what is your opinion on Jewish people? I mean, I'm not anti-Semitic. Jaden says, hi, wave emoji, wave emoji. Okay. Milestone says, do you play Red Dead Redemption 2? I used to. Jess says, quiet emoji. Okay. Someone says H8. Okay. Midnight says, do you play Genshin Impact? I don't play that pedophile game. Andrew says W. Hello, Andrew, thank you. Jaden says, do you play Fortnite? Yeah, sometimes. TF says, good morning to the mid people of YouTube. Good morning. Alma says, hola. Hello, Alma. Hog says, would you come to the island? The Hog is Battleworth Island? Are you talking about Epstein's? No. The Potter says, Don, who to win? Megatronus Prime or Captain Dubois? Megatronus. Lummy says hi. Hello, Lummy. Dom says PC or console? PC, but I do have nostalgia for console. Taze says, good morning, Don Benitez of YouTube. I like that greeting. What's up? Enoch says, what's up? I'm new to the channel. When will you stream again? In like 40 hours. The Great says, D's nuts. Okay. Enoch said, already read that. Well, did I? Yeah, I did. Ava says, what is the point of life? To survive and reproduce? Kiki says, hi. Hello, Kiki. Clara says, I will now forget you now if you're more famous. I will not forget you now. Okay. Not Sammy says, how's your day been? Excellent. Azur says, wish me luck on 2 subscribers. Good luck, I guess. Vidas says, how has your day been? Great. Eric says, please tell me to sleep. Go to sleep, Eric. Be responsible. By the way, I'm ending the stream in 14 minutes when the timer ends, but if I receive a super chat, I'll extend the timer. Smiley says, what did Smiley said? He said that. The Real says hippopotamus. Okay. D's Nut says, do you know Ready or Not? I heard it was a realistic, like, where you're a SWAT guy. Sounds interesting. Notification says, try modding a random person. There's no mods here to save us. That's an interesting idea, but no thank you. DVD says, hi. Hello, DVD. Jesus says, rah. Okay. Zam says 67. Okay. Die says, did you have read the files? Yes. Epstein has a very unique way of decorating. Law says, let's make e-begging shameful again. I don't know about that. Nico says, are you gay? I'm not. Azur says, hope you have a good day. Thank you, no, not Nico. Azur, thank you. Yo Vint says, mod me for last 10 minutes, Don. No. Drago says, let's go on going balls. What? IF says, yo. Hello, IF. Jess says, I sub. Okay. Hog says, jerky peen is something the world just ain't ready for. Whatever that means. Dom T says, okay, PC or VR? Keyboard or VR headset? Keyboard. A Swedish says, I got bullied for 6 months and I'm still scared of going close to the school. I'm sorry to hear that. You should tell people about that in real life, not me. Cold Slayer says, sorry everyone is too broke to save the stream. It seems like it. I kind of like the danger, though, of the timer going down, to be honest. The Real says, did you know Donald Trump is in the files? I did. Ken says, hi, have you ever witnessed a person acting depressed just for attention? I don't know. Insufficient says, do you support communism or democratic or fascism? I don't think, no comment. Gia says, fuck you, man, the guy's depressed. What? Sunshine says, did YouTube go down for you too, Don? No. Notification says, Yesa Gayami said this is pre-recorded. I don't care. Backpack Guy super chatted $1 Canadian. Thank you, Backpack Guy. Because of your super chat, I'll extend the timer by 1 minute. Thank you. Thank you, Backpack Guy. Kim says, hey, how you doing? I'm doing good, Kim. Gon says, do you like chicken wings? I don't. Dom T says, no, my Pookie Bear. Ayo. What? Plummy says, today is Ramadan. It is? I did not know that. Mike Cole says, what are your thoughts on Andrew Wilson's Force Doctrine? I don't know that, about that. Is that like philosophy on how government should be, or? Dick says, it's crazy for the first time I've ever seen you on live to you now. You're much more happy and lively. Yeah, I was much more cold and reserved back in the day. Now I'm moving towards, jinxie energy. Taze says, is it $1 equals 1 minute? Basically, yeah, for American dollars. H2 says, why do you this and do you like it? I do like it. Cozy says, hey, what's your name? My name is Don, D-O-N. Maisie says, okay. Dom T says, brain rot or brain healing? I guess healing. Dior says, why are your headphones black? Because they're not, something that should be styled crazily. Like, they're just headphones. Who cares about making headphones pretty? Notification says, what if someone likes increased it by 3 seconds? Oh, that's an interesting idea, but I'll have to think about that. Insufficient says, would you order from Temu or Amazon or Walmart? I would order from Amazon. Hades says, Guga, okay. I really says, do you know how to speak other languages? I only know English. Harry says, what's your favorite ship? I don't know, the Titanic. Fucking says, which games do you like? I like Rainbow Six Siege. Just Radish says, are you gay? I'm not. The Real says, I saw you in the files. I'm not in the Epstein files. Abum says, if you were one of the 4 elements, I think I would be, Earth. Hibro says, do you play Geometry Dash? I have in the past. Milestone says, do you celebrate Chinese New Year? I don't. Domty says, give me suggestions for my new PC. Buy a Corsair keyboard. Ad says, super chat. Yeah. Ellie says, if you could eat a snake raw, would you? If I was... You know what? I wouldn't do that. Sydney says, what do you feel about Therians? They seem pretty weird. They think they're animals, right? That's pretty weird. Mr. Lim says, happy Ramadan. Thank you. Brad says, 9 minutes, folks. Who's going to bless us with the next super chat? Yeah, the timer when the timer ends, I end the stream, so super chat if you want to extend the timer. Anna says, should I go to class right now instead of watching stream? You definitely should. Spencer says, me, I will. Okay, I guess go ahead then. FL says, alright bro. Okay. Elixir says, what car should I make an edit of? A Bugatti. Avaka says, Islam is dog butt. No comment. Tay says, how often do you cut your hair? I haven't cut it in months. Vox says, I'm playing War Thunder, I'm in a plane. Interesting, that's a cool combo. The Real says, Diddy touched my stinky spot. Okay. Ad says, spam, spam, spam. Okay. Darren says, do we need money for this? I'll end the stream if I don't get money, so. MF says, opinion on the things Nietzsche and Schopenhauer said. I think Nietzsche is right in the criticisms of what he had on Schopenhauer. 04 says, here's to our ritual. Did you just shit my pants? What? The Real says, did you know Epstein is in the files? I did. Toji says, what up? Hello, Toji. Ka says, you can say my name twice, I'd sub. I'm not desperate. Marshmallow says, I'm on a plane, should I play crashing noises? You should not do that. Pickle says, I'm Pickle. Okay. Bread says, disrespect to the guy who said Islam is dog butt. Okay. Harry says, are these people dumb? It can kind of seem like that sometimes. Sunshine says, Don, I'm so sick of this 67 thing. It can get excessive. Slay says, can you be my friend and shout out my channel? No. Brun says, oil up. I am not gonna do that. Hog says, Muhammad is a pedo. Okay. Beetroot says, hey cutie patootie. Hello Beetroot. For the second time. Chris says, 99 come on 100 likes. Okay. Lambo says, should I donate $500? No. If you're gonna donate, do 20, not 500. Zion says Ramadan. Okay. Phantom says, are you depressed? I'm not. AR says, isn't today Ramadan? I don't know. Tay says, should we count down when the timer reaches 10 seconds? Sure. Jabba says, are you gay? I'm not. Just says, hey. Hello, Just. Rawl says, zesty emoji. Okay. Sunshine says, someone super chat already. Let me again say that I end the stream when the timer ends, so but you can extend the timer with a super chat. So Jabba says, are you mad? I am not mad. Phantom says, how's your day going? Great, I feel good. Jessica says, it's Ramadan today. So Muslims are fasting right now? Okay. Abbo says, I'm not a super chatter, just a pooper chatter. Okay. Misters says, blah 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 blah. Okay. Toji says, you're a chill guy. Thank you. Alistair says, what was the best thing you did today? The best thing, I killed some annoying insects in my house. R4 says, free Palestine. No comment. Yob says, oil up. I'm not doing that. It's not that kind of stream. Brad says, who do you think you are to tell people what to do with or how much to donate of their money? I mean, I don't think it's a big deal. And I told that one guy to donate less, so I mean, the Flipping Gambler super chatted 20 American dollars. Thank you, the Flipping Gambler. The Flipping Gambler says, I feel as if it's too early to end the stream. I appreciate it, the Flipping. Thank you a lot. Because of Flipping's $20 super chat, I'm extending the stream. You just saved the stream from extinction. Time added. Thank you so much, the Flippin, for saving the stream. I appreciate it. And because of your super chat, Flippin, I'm gonna make you a moderator. Thank you, Flipping. You know the rules about moderation. Don't actually do anything. Thank you so much, Flipping. I really appreciate it. Jordan says, say each letter separately. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I love chocolate says game over. Not yet. Rebecca says save the stream. He did. Insufficient says, do you prefer Diddy or Kanye West? Leisure says, do you support the LGBTQI community? I do. Vox says, I crash into another plane. Okay. Lambo says, are you nervous? I'm not nervous. Harry says, I agree with all the people saying save the stream. Okay. Stefan says, Kai or Speed? Speed. Lacrosse says, what kind of computer do you have? I have a Windows 10 computer desktop. Coldslayer says, what's Ramadan? I don't know what that is, but I know what Ramadan is. Sweden says, hello, little bro. Hello, Sweden. Rundown says, what is your favorite game? A game I like is Red Dead Redemption 1. Duckling says, I'm gonna shave your head if you don't time me out. Don't do that. Don't come to my house. Jennifer says, what's a gay person like? They like the same sex. Michelle says, go gay. Okay. Just says, it's Olia. Thank you. I'll try to remember that. Zaka says, Muslims are evil. No comment. I am says, what's up? Have a great day. You too. Elias says, Diddy is touching me. Help. I can't help, sorry. Dior says, can I please be mod? No. Ollie says, 5. 2 times 4. I don't know what operation. I don't know what you're doing. Dick says, ball ride. Okay. Dag says, I'm made Philippines. Okay. Easy says, smash. Okay. Cryptical says, can you guys stop hating on religious? Okay. Drago says 1 + 1 = 2. Boss says, Muslim are not evil. I'm Muslim, I kick you ass. Okay. Jabba says, for real. Okay. I love says, would you rather have period cramps every hour or get punched every hour. I'll cross that bridge if and when I get there. DTH says, you look like my gay best friend. Okay. AA says, do you have pets? I do. I have multiple dogs. Brad says, I just want @TheFlippinGambler to know how much he's appreciated in this community. Yeah, I appreciate all of his super chats, and it's so cool that he saved the stream. I was legitimately going to end the stream. R4 says, do you support Palestine? No comment. Ian says, shut up. No. R4, already read that. Valerie says, 1 + 1 = 11. I mean, in a way, but Afar says Messi or Ronaldo. Messi. Michael says, can you define what a woman is? I mean, my past self could, but I don't think I can now. I think it's... Union says, if you read this comment, you love men. Your comment doesn't have that power. AR says, what is cheeseburger? A burger and cheese together in bread. Far says, Ronaldo is better than Messi. I disagree. Yusuf says, $20 money for Donnie. Yes, I appreciate Gambler's super chat. Yago says, hey Don, don't remember me? I don't. Cam says, can I have a shout out please? You cannot. Brun says, Brody, Messi is way better. To be honest, I'm just choosing a random guy. I don't watch soccer. Dent says, it's been a while since seeing the stream. It's good to see you still going. Thank you, Denton. AR says, Pessy. Okay. Michelle says, how much does $20 make the minute? I add 20 minutes from that. AR says Pessy. Okay. Anemic says, do you like Max H? I don't know who that is. It's Just says hello. Hello, it's Just. Ethan says hi. Hello, Ethan. Coldslayer says Messi or Oprah. I would rather watch Oprah, to be honest. Ez says, why the hell is your teeth so yellow? For the reasons you think. Jagar says hi. Hello, Jagger. Insufficient says penis, dick, cock, balls. Okay. Dag says, tomorrow my fish died. Interesting. Ethan says, can you shout out my YouTube channel? No. Zachary says, you 6? I am not 6 years old. Dior says, you know what? I'm not gonna read it. Send your message again, but don't repeat it, and I'll respond. Jack says, why are you making people donate to keep the stream going? Because I like money, and because nothing is free in life. Hanny says, hey. Hello, Hanny. Jesse says, yesterday my nan is dying. And sorry. Orange says, are you gay? I am not gay. Dag says, my name is racial slur. Okay. Raton says, yellow teeth are healthy. I don't know about that. Sunshine says, Don, I remember your favorite emoji is that. That's correct. Jade says, hello. Hello, Jade. Smooth says, do we as humans have free will? Yes. Notification says, here's a stream suggestion. If you can stream to the last 2 minutes without any light, you can add minus 10 minutes. That's an interesting challenge, but I want my stream to look good, so I don't want to do that. Hopeless says, you're not a man until you've had a man. I disagree. 4 says, you mean you kill people for money? I don't. Mrs. says, bro, please say P word already. I don't know what that means, so I'm not gonna say it. AR says, my name is Bendover. Hilarious. Mob says, yo, 67. Okay. Dag says, Roblox is for cornballs. I agree. Duckling says, please read this all. No. Jessica says you look tired. Okay. Flip says hello. Hello, Flip. Ass says say G word. I'm not saying that. Michael says we live in a society where it's uncomfortable to define what a woman is. Liberals are garbage. I disagree. Elias says and Dag is trans. Okay. IN says hi, my name is Ibital. Okay. Vilma says computer IR rats tell me. I don't know what you're saying. Y says ballsack. Okay. Zach says Ramadan Kareem. Okay. Kimberly says sending peace and love from New York. Thank you, Kimberly. Anita says single. I keep that private. Dweeb says, if you could predict the future, what could you change about it? I guess I would stop, some kind of mass tragedy, like a mass shooting or something. Josh says, have you made over $1,000 in a month from YouTube? Yes. Anne says, I like the living tombstone. Okay. Michelle says, who is your top donator? Big Dick Wonder Hole. He is an interesting name. Insufficient says, Roblox is not for cornballs. It's for Sigma Ohio ball sacks. Okay. The Furry says, do you like steak pie? I don't. Comforting Mommy says, do you want mommy praises? No thank you. A1 says, why are you so serious, my bro? Why not? Millie says, I'm from Scotland, flag emoji. Okay, is that the Scotland flag? I'm just guessing. Anna says, are you single? I keep that private. Sparrow says, meow. Okay. Dick says, this Chinese dish called cream of some young guy is popular. Funny. Semen? Okay. Spencer says, goon to be happy. There's better ways of getting happy. Mysteria says, what do you think about these people in the comments asking weird questions? I am not bothered by it. I actually think it's kind of entertaining. Cold says, Don actually has 2 wives. I'm not polygamous. Muffle says, he don't reveal nothing a smart man. Okay. DD says poopy. Okay. Yago says yen. Okay. William says probably smells like famous stars and Mountain Dew vape juice in that room. Okay. Roblox says Bobby. Okay. AR says are you okay? I am okay. Thank you for asking. RB says boba. Okay. Gem Fuentes says hello. Hello, Fuentes. X says, do you like cats or dogs? I prefer dogs. Sunshine says, Dawn, what's your sleep schedule? I'm not going to say, but I will say that I do get a proper amount of sleep. Niaz says, hi. Hello, Niaz. Military says, if you have a car, what is it? I'm not going to say what kind of car it is, but it's a nice vehicle. Vox says, do you know there's a place in India called Bum? I did not. Cutie says, hi. Hello, Cutie. Notification says, if you read this, you are sexually attracted to Brad Pitt's muscles. Your comment doesn't hold that power. Ravering says, gonna do this tomorrow too? Maybe. There's a 25% chance. Editor says, did you see the new Spider-Man movie trailer? I did not. Muffle says, laughing, crying emoji. Okay. Shagods super chatted $1 Thank you, Sha. Because of your super chat, I am now going to stream 1 minute longer. Thank you, Shagods. Thank you. The Life says, I know where you live. Well, don't swap me, please. Weekly says, do you ever get mad about some of these comments? Very rarely. Muffle says, I love him. Thank you. The Baller says, do you drink Coca-Cola? I do. Famella says, do you slay? No comment. The Real says, I like being cream pies. Okay. Sunshine says, your favorite color is gray, isn't it? It is. Colin says, balls. Okay. Kylan says, 1738, green happy face emoji. Okay. Yago says, my favorite restaurant, Ignited. Got, went on fire. Sorry. X Bradley Harris super chatted 10 American dollars. Thank you, Bradley. I appreciate it. Bradley says, not so fast. Are you talking about, like, the stream ending? Like, don't end the stream this quickly. Keep on going. I think that's what you mean. Thank you. Yeah, because of your super chat, I am gonna extend the stream. I'm not gonna end so fast. Thank you. I am now extending the stream by 10 minutes. Thank you, Bradley. Dash says you are from the USA. And Bradley, because of your super chat, I'll make you a mod. I am pretty sure you know the rules already, but don't ban people, don't delete messages. You are only an honorary mod. Thank you again, Bradley. Yusuf says, let's lift the timer up. I mean, Bradley just did. BG says, do you remember me? I'm Lolly Roblos. You're the Lolly guy? I mean, okay. Dam says, do you play Red Dead Redemption 2? I used to. I beat the story. Mysterious says, bro, you ignore the stupid comments really well. Like, I don't take them to heart. I don't. Sunshine says, Don, how do you do the add more time thing anyway? It's a plugin I have for OBS. Alicia says, do you play Fortnite? I do sometimes. Lambo says, what music you like? In Utero, the album by Nirvana is pretty good. Dam says, what was your favorite character in Red Dead Redemption 2? Definitely Dutch. I like Dutch. TF2 says $20. Is that supposed to be a fake super chat? Elias says, do you know what Little Nightmares? I've heard about it. There's a frequent chatter that has a character as a profile picture from that. BG says, I'm most crazy person on this channel. Okay. Jamal says, is VRFS the best VR football game? I don't know about VR games. Coldslayer says, have you ever finished the Rubik's Cube? I have never done one. No. Preston says, are you games? What does that mean? Deacon says, my grammar are good. Funny. A Goat says, why do you ignore me? I am not ignoring you. There's just too many messages. Think about it. Don't be dumb. Thrift says, 7 head. What? Bread says, I subbed. Okay. Vox says, you're a okay. Kylan says, do you brush your teeth? Despite my teeth being yellow, I do brush them. Big says, whacking it right now. Can you show off those sexy ears of yours? I am not going to show off my ears. Bones Jones super chatted 20 American dollars. Thank you, Bones Jones. I really appreciate it. Bones Jones says, how long are you willing to stay live? Lol. I'm thinking about 5 hours, 4 hours. That's like, I think, the max range. Maybe up to 7 hours, but I'm feeling like, 5 or 4. Thank you, Bones Jones, for your super chat. I am now going to extend the timer because of you. I'm extending it by 20 minutes. Thank you so much, Bones Jones. I am now streaming for 37 minutes. Thank you, Bones Jones. Nitro says, hello, how are you? I'm good, Nitro. And because of your super chat, Bones Jones, I'm going to make you a mod. Thank you again, Bones. Thanks. Jack says, how much money are you making wasting your life like this? Like $20 an hour. Bradley says smiley emoji. What's up? Brad says, bro, go brush your teeth. I did just like an hour ago. JK says, hi bro. I had a tooth extracted on Monday. Intense. I might have to do that. Insufficient says, let's keep the stream going. Super chat 20. I mean, the stream has a good amount of time already. Mysterious says, do you play Minecraft? I do. Devoid says, hello, do you like pizza? I do. Bread says, why is your teeth so yellow? Junk food. Laughing says, hey Don, have you checked out the Messenger soundtrack? I have not. John says, please super chat. We've already got half an hour. I think that's pretty good. Monk says, do you know what Equasolinka Calica? I don't know what that is. MH says, get parents. I thankfully have them. Panda Handler says, I farted so hard I shit myself as I woke up. Okay, by the way, I like your name. JK says, a tooth extraction is a little painful, just to warn you. Thank you. Can't I take, like, painkillers or something? BG says, BG donated $29. That's fake. Yusuf says, 100 will be crazier. Don't do that, just do 20. The Baller says, do you like kids? I mean, not romantically. Jess says, are you held hostage? No, I am free. Pedro says, what's up, bro? How are you? I'm feeling very good. Very good. The Potter says, Don, you got lucky. I thought the stream was going to end in 4 minutes. Yeah, we were getting pretty close to the edge there, but the flippin' gambler saved it earlier. And also Bones Jones, I guess. Thank you again, Bones. Dick says, why are African Americans so tall? They're that. Okay. Ma says hi. Hello, Ma. Asian says, can you say I always come back? I did just there. Janet says, do you get hit on? I mean, on the stream in text, I do. Ghost says, what is the meaning of life? To survive. Sack says, shut up, please. No. Shaggods super chatted $1 American. Thank you, Shaggods. Thank you for your $2 in total. I am now extending the stream by 1 minute. Thank you, Shaggods. Laughing says, you look like you have more emotions every day you stream. I'm becoming more progressively emotional. Interesting. Tate Sheldrick super chatted £2. Thank you, Tate. Tate says, what headset do you use? I use a Logitech headset. It cost me like $20. I don't know the product name though. Thank you, Tate. I'm now extending the stream. Thank you. SK says, how long has stream gone on for? 1 hour, 3 minutes. Jess says, you're a chill guy. Thank you, Jess. SK says, I already read that. Dyer says, do you think $20 an hour is good, or would you want more? I think it is more than good. Sunshine says, how high was the donation of your top donator? Big Dick in one stream super chatted $300 American. BG says, are you free today, sweetheart? I am not. Vanta says, are you Gerard Way? I don't know what that means. Ebby says, hi, if you are being held hostage, blink 3 times in a row. I'm not held hostage. JK says, the Logitech headphones sound good. You don't need expensive headphones. I mean, I don't need to buy an expensive microphone. Maybe I'm on the fence about buying a better microphone. I'm totally says, do you like FNAF? I don't. Iron says, your hair kinda looks like a Darth Vader helmet. Okay. Aya says, what is the longest stream? 12 hours. LY says, supercalifragic Okay. Sufficient says donated $15. That's fake. A-Goat says, can you make me mod? No. GD says, have you ever played Rec Room? I have played like half an hour of that game. Yeah. It's kind of it has a Roblox style to it, right? ZX says, where are you from? America. It says, you are late for school, young boy. I'm not. Asian says, do you like God? Well, I'm not religious, so. TC says, dicks in my ass. Good for you. Karina says, when do you live stream? It varies. JK says, do you have a Switch? I do not. A-Goat says, what software you use to show comments? I use live chat overlay. Jordan says, hairline reveal. No, not interested in doing that. Red says, do you like XQC? I have seen some of his stuff, but I'm not a fan. The Cuber says, are you playing any video games at the moment? I'm not. JK says, do you want to switch to? I have an extra one brand new. Thank you, but I'm not too interested in Nintendo games, but thank you a lot. Jem says, how are you? I'm good, Jem, thank you. Bradley says, what is your favorite YouTuber? My favorite YouTuber is SalC1. That's how you write it. He makes Minecraft videos. Brad says, even though you're not a father, can you give me some not so obvious advice that you believe could help me and all the dads out there be a better dad? I mean, a philosophy I kind of look forward to doing is that, you know, I'll say this. I wish I hadn't spent so much time, you know, alone on electronics growing up. Even if, I don't know, man, I'm not a dad, but do whatever activities he's interested in. Like, if he wants to play video games, waste his time playing video games, then I'm speaking nonsense right now. Don't leave him alone too long in his room. I'll say that. GV says, are you religious? I am not religious. SRN says, do you know Cat's Eye? I do not know Cat's Eye. AN says, suck deep. I'm not gay. Me says, wait a minute, are you me, dad? I'm not your dad. Pen says, your least favorite YouTuber? I don't know, Quebblecop. JK says, you wish your dad played video games more with you? I mean, yeah, I could say that, yeah. Liam says, hi Don. Hello, Liam. Cookie says, do you play Geometry Dash? I used to. Sit says, would you rather eat a shuriken or shit a shuriken? I'll cross that bridge when I get there. Karina says, how can you like the color gray when your room is yellow? I don't think there's a connection there. Ron says, do you like Breaking Bad? Yeah, I enjoyed that show. LY says, do you play Warzone? I played Blackout in 2018, but not now. Charles says, hey Don, I just saw this live a few minutes ago, and it was 5 minutes. Okay. Volt says, what are your PC specs? I have a desktop with a GTX 1080. Insufficient says, is the name called Dixon or Dixon? I don't know. Charlie says, what do you usually live stream about? Just this. Don't says, do you play Star Wars Battlefront 2? I don't play that game. Yago says M1 Carbine. Okay. Sunshine says, Don, have you ever done a cold plunge? I have not. Is that supposed to be healthy? Shan says, what do you think of talking so much? I don't know. JK says, or you wish your dad hung out with you more, not necessarily playing video games with you? No, I just, like, so many kids nowadays are set on, playing video games. They're addicted to video games. And I think a dad's instincts is to, like, tell him to not go into video games and to, like, break his PS4, but I think what the dad should do is just join him in video games, like, play with them, I guess, or at least watch, like, spectate him. Zaref says, Don, if the Russian Empire attacked and you had $100, what would you do? I would, I don't know, what is $100? How does $100 matter? Charlie says, Don, do you have Coke or Mountain Dew today? I have drank Coke today. Penn says, what is a yellow? I mean, I don't know what you mean by a, like. Rage says, what's the timer for? You can read about it in the pinned comment. Shan says, chair. I am sitting in a chair. Durf says, hi man, shout me out. No, I'm not doing that. Jeff says, you're my favorite YouTuber. Thank you. Red says, Goju or Goku? I like Goku. Ruby says, do you prefer Pepsi or Coca-Cola? I, prefer Coke. Elias says, do you have a girlfriend? Maybe, I'm not gonna say. Brad says, what type of activities do you remember doing for fun with your parents as a kid? Going places, road trips, going to the zoo. You know, this is my advice, Brad. My advice is to rot with your child. Like, go on the, like, watch stuff on the internet with him, play video games with him. JK says, why is there powder at the bottom of a Mountain Dew bottle? What is it? I don't know. Chase says, food. What about it? The Real says, do you like getting Blumpkins? I don't. At says, favorite show? I don't know, man. I'll say that I watched The Walking Dead recently, and I enjoyed it. Mostly, somewhat. Ultra says, do you like to eat cheese out of the package? Yeah. Thrift says, I'm in love with you, Don, no lie. Okay. I Build Robots says, hello, Don, hope you're well. I am well, thank you. Kelly says, yo, I'm sick. I got the FLE. The what? Big Dick John super chatted 50 American dollars. Thank you, Big Dick. That's an insane amount. Thank you so much. Big Dick says, my man, back in my feed. Hopefully you're having good day and great time with the stream. I am having a good time with the stream. I am frustrated with Brad Piff though, because your question broke my brain and I just said nonsense for a whole, like, few minutes. But other than that, it's been a good stream. Thank you, Big Dick. That's, again, an insane amount. Yeah, I am having a great time. Let me extend the timer from your super chat. I technically only need to extend that long, but because that's such a big super chat, I'll extend a bit more. Thank you so much, Big Dick, for your massive super chat. Thank you so much. Leo says, have you watched Stranger Things? I've watched the first 2 seasons. And because of your super chat, I'm going to make you a mod. Thank you so much, Big Dick. Glittery says, are you a fan of Illit or Stray Kids? Neither. JK says, Big Dick has a big dick. That's true. Flora says, do you have pets? I do. Star says, bro, what car do you got? I have a fancy car, I'll say that. Dark says, my dog died. Okay. Yacht says, look up SKZ, please. No. Dark said, I already read that. Sunshine says, is it supposed to be good for you, but have you have a cold shower? Oh yeah, I used to take cold showers back in the day, but I gave up. Those were annoying. Bradley says, definitely a Tesla, maybe. Thank you again, Big Dick, for your big dick super chat. I don't know why you capitalized every word. That's not that's not correct grammar, by the way. It's kind of weird that you capitalized every word. Thank you so much, Big Dick. Izza says, what is the timer for? You can read about it in the pinned comment. Huber says, have you watched Severance on Apple TV? I have not. Karina says, do you know RKB Superstar? I don't. Who's that? Eliza says, do you play Brawl Stars? No. I Build Robots says, sorry your dog died. We have a 15-year-old pit bull, and she is not doing good either. Okay, that's sad. Making says, what should I do with my dog? He has AIDS. I don't know. Hey says, have you watched Dexter? I've seen the first few episodes. Eliza says, OMG, hi. Hello, Eliza. Brad says, my bad, I threw you off with my question. Just trying to be the best dad I can be out here, man. I mean, your question wasn't bad. It had nothing to do with you. It was just my brain. My brain wasn't compatible with that question for some reason. JK says, what is a Blumpkin? I don't want to look it up, and I have it in my search history. I'll say that it involves feces and the toilet. Freya says, I birthed a pumpkin. Okay. Zarev says, instead of the $100, what would you do if the Russian Empire attacked and you had $1 million? I mean, maybe I guess I would donate some of that towards the military. Timmy says, I pooped in my sink and kissing my PS5. What? Banana says, are you autistic? I am not autistic. Yago says, emojis, FNAF. Those are FNAF emojis. Cool. Finn says, holy $1 million. Okay. Zoe says, pumpkin, pumpkin, pumpkin. Okay. Atch says, do you think castration by barbed wire should be a thing? No. That seems unnecessarily cruel. IM says, ChatGPT said gay is the way. Interesting. The Real says, do you love Big Dick? I mean, I appreciate my chatters that are named Big Dick, but not actual big dicks. I Build Robots says, part of being a good dad is just being there and willing to listen to them. They grow up so fast. Okay, that's good. Making says, do you think I should go check myself for AIDS too? I don't know, man. JK says, do you drink coffee? I don't drink coffee. Fiction says, I'm back. I have a question. Do you like Red Dead Redemption? I do, and I feel like you already knew that I did, but you're asking anyways for some reason. Snowy says, gay, okay. Finn says, 'cause the dog has AIDS. Okay. Glitch says, what if toe fungus? My brother says it. What? Astride says, do you like McDonald's? I do. Min says, how old are you, or is it too personal? Too personal, but I will say that I am not a minor. Ras says, my doggy died of cancer. Sorry. Karina says, then search for RKB Superstar. I'm in the middle of streaming. Zaref says, you should have bought a private jet with that 1 million so you can move to another country. I mean, I guess that's an option. Yeah. A1 says, how long have you been on live stream for? 1 hour, 20 minutes. Gian says, should I change my username to Biggest Dickus? Yes, because statistically people name that give me more super chats. Super says, you got tiny dick, which is why you like big dick? What? Miffy says, I really like your channel. You're awesome. Keep it up. Thank you, Miffy. Luna says, are you black? I'm not black. I Build Robot says, I did lose my job recently, but I'm thinking it was a good thing. I want to start a business selling homemade dog treats. Interesting. Good luck in your business. Karina says, then do it after the stream. I'm not too interested in searching that guy up, so I'll just forget. Andrea says, do you believe in God? If you say no, you're a bitch. I guess in your eyes, I'm a bitch. Kiyoshi says, yay, I finally found my phone, yay. I'm glad you found it. The Real says, search 2 girls, 1 cup. No, that's a gross video I've heard. Anna says, what's your favorite type of flower? I like white flowers. I don't know what they're actually called. Carlo says, I do not believe in God either. I guess you're a bitch in that person's eyes. Gon says, big dick is rich. Yes, big dick John is rich. Thank you, big dick. Ziggy says, do you remember me? Also, those white flowers are called daisies. Oh, okay. Thrift says, can I take you out for dinner, Dom, please? No. By the way, you have an interesting profile picture. Kind of makes me... You know what, never mind. Ricky says, do you know every 60 seconds in... Excuse me. 60 seconds, a minute passes in Australia? I did know that. That's also the case for Africa. JK says, I actually met a vendor from China and his real name was Hung Dong. No joke. I laughed through the whole meeting. That's a pretty funny name, Hung Dong. T-Moo says, you ever fingered a dude? I have not. Yacht says, how many subs you have? I have 6,000. Y says, say Monoma Tremicopix, blah blah blah. Okay. Super says, if you read this, you're gay. Your comment doesn't have that power. Brad says, were you about to say that guy's profile picture makes you want to dye your hair blonde? That's not what I was about to say, but that's an interesting guess. Levi says, I'm on the bus. Okay. I hope your neck doesn't get slit. Backend says, what's up, bro? Hello, Backend. Snowy says, how he is a dog with AIDS. Okay. Nexo says, I think you're about to say that you hate India. I was not about to say that. Michael says, what's up? Hello, Michael. Jeff says opinion on baked beans. I dislike beans. Thrift says, would you let me play with your chocolate starfish, Don? I don't want sexual relations with you. Gian says, I wish I was Mr. Fantastic so that I could stretch my dick and come in Dr. Doom's eyes between. What? Fridge says Don hates chocolate. Yeah, I dislike that food. JK says, Hung Dong said at the end of the meeting, you laugh a lot. Why you laugh so much? He wasn't aware of the joke? Huh. Brad says, have you ever experienced depression? It really sucks. Have I genuinely experienced it? I have not. Gon says, do you think any of these weirdos will ever find out where you live? Probably. Yago says, Don, to present need charge. You need to charge your phone. I hope you find a charger. Ziggy says, can I send you money through Cash App? I mean, I guess you can. I'll write down what my Cash App is, but I prefer that you do it through YouTube because then everyone else gets to see your message. This is my Cash App. Don Benitez likes money. Jeremy says I found your location. Well, please don't swat me. Dyer says, do you know how I should react? My mom just gave me £5,000 because she got a rare money collection. That's cool. Good for you. Daking says, I once met an Austrian painter that was a leader for Germany in the early 1940s. You met Adolf Hitler? That's unfortunate. Yacht says Spanian, whatever that means. Diddle says favorite animal, the chimpanzee. Is that Barack Obama as a pyramid? Interesting. JK says your Cash App name is Pimp. Thank you. Quint says, have you listened to the Sinister Minds album? I have not. Muhammad says, okay. Miss says, I will come after your IP is blah blah. Don't come after me, please. Gian says, Donald, do you remember me as a commenter? I do not. Karina says, why are you saying bad words on the stream? Because I'm an adult. Insufficient says a bunch of emojis. Okay. Muhammad says maha ha ha wura ha ha ha. Okay. EJ says good morning, Don. Good go nuts or gonads? Neither. JJ says, bro, do you even enjoy this? I do. Bomb says least favorite white boy. No comment. The Real says, does Big Dick make you spit on that thing? I mean, I don't know him in real life. And if I did, I wouldn't have sexual relations with him because he's a man. Thrift says, I'm not Indian. I'm Bengali from Bangladesh. Get it together, Don, and know your geography. You're from Bangladesh. Okay. Got it. That's like north east India, right? Northeast of India. I think I know my. Reek says, do you love Jesus? I don't. Osmic says, whatever that is. Okay. Lude says, fun fact. If you see someone using emojis or a name that is a random letter, it's an kid. Maybe. Tuesday says, opinions on racism. I avoid it. I try to be woke and politically correct because I think it's the right thing to do. JK says east of India in the Bay of Bengal. Okay. In the Bay of Bengal. I don't know what those words mean, but I'm guessing you're explaining the geography of Bangladesh in relation to India. Zachary says, you are really nice, Don. Thank you. Webb says, I don't know what this stream is baking, but you are reading comments out loud, so I figured I'd write one. That's some solid logic. JK says, do you think they will ever find Savannah Guthrie's mom? I think it'll take years, unfortunately. Just a random guess. Gon says Bengal is Indian. Is Bengal a language? Isn't it a language? Tigray says, my hair is really long and I don't want to get a haircut. What should I do? I mean, it's fine if it's long. Just make sure that it's, like kept together, not like chaotic. Sham says, do you play Call of Duty? I used to play Black Ops 2. Wind says, for real, what did Diddy do with all of those baby oils? I mean, we know he did freak-offs. Webb says, Bangladesh and Pakistan used to be one country. I did not know that. Gounger says, if I drink water, is it good? I'll say this, it's healthy to drink water. JK says, you are my favorite woke liberal. The only liberal I like, actually. Interesting. Med says, help, my message is small. What do I do? Stop using that weird font. Yaz says, are you a leftist? I mean, maybe. Brad says, did you know that Abraham Lincoln has been our tallest president at 6'4"? I did. I knew that he was 6'4". EJ says, Seinfeld was a show about nothing that was very popular for years. I mean, I don't know if it was about nothing, but Brad says, I hope you're having a good day. I am Brad. 2 Brads in the chat. Gian says, Abraham Lincoln had a hung dong. Okay. Crystal says, do you know Pakistan is the biggest contributor of terrorism? No comment. Keisha says, where do you live? I live in the USA. Shagod says, everybody like the stream if you want to, or dislike it if you want to. Webb says, are you fully awake? I am. Dick says, what do you think about Jeffrey Epstein? I heard that he trafficked people, so I dislike him. Bonnie says, do you eat rocks too? I don't. Boya says, welcome to Gboard Clipboard. Any text you copy will be saved here. I'm guessing you copied this from some random website. Okay. Karina says, is your name actually Don? It is. Yusuf says, I remember when you streamed once, reached 12 hours. I do. I remember at the tail end of that stream, I wasn't tired. I still had gas in the tank, which was pretty weird. Vint says, how many years that Lapupu died Magellan? What? YouTube says dick or cock. Which one to say? You say more? I usually say penis. The Potter says, is TT here? I haven't seen them. Real says, what's this stream about? Me reading your chat messages. Blitz says, are you Muslim? I am not. By the way, thank you, Big Dick, for your big super chat earlier. Blitz, already read that. Boya says touch and hold a clip to pin it. Unpinned clips will be deleted after 1 hour. I don't use Gboard, whatever that was called, so I don't care, but thank you for your comment. The Potter says, I collect Hot Wheels. I don't. Super says, I love how calm you are while you are getting the most random comments ever. Yes, like yours have been pretty weird. Kitty says, is fiberglass edible? No. Yacht says, you broke the system. JK says, more woke liberals need to be like you. They would be more likable. Interesting. There is a chance that I may become less cool. I may be more strict about, things and be like the average liberal in a few years. Just a warning. Blitz says, do you love Israel or Palestine? No comment. Crystal says, fun fact. Do you know Islam's biggest contribution is terrorism? No comment. Clash says, please give me a shout out. No. Montana says, what time is it? Right now it's the morning. Katie says, what is your favorite day of the week? Thursday. I like Thursday. Jesus says, this stream is the tits. Thank you. Are Christians really supposed to talk like that? Dark says, can I beat my meat? Why are you asking me? You can do whatever you want. JK says, you will be less liberal as you grow up. Get married and have kids. I don't know about that. I used to be less liberal back in the day. But now I've become liberal, so am I really going to change again? Shagod says Thursday is payday. No, that's not the reason. EX says, skip the next comment. No, the next comment is from Bones Jones, and he's a mod, and he rarely talks, so I gotta read it. I want to. Bones Jones says, permission to beat your meat granted. I mean, yeah, he has permission to do it. I don't know why he's asking permission, though. NF says, become more liberal. It's the right way to be. Okay. Declan says, tralala, tralala shark with blue shoes. Okay. Keisha says, did you know everyone was once the youngest person in the world? We shall have a party. I did. It makes you feel special. Ivar says, Mexicans sound like this. Okay. EX says, skip the next comment. I will. S Brandy says, hey man, just checking in. Don't ya feel a bit burned out streaming? No, it's not exhausting. It's very easy, actually. Miss says, bye bro. Bye miss. Alexandra says, how to get a girlfriend. Approach them and say hi. JK says, so you were saying earlier that you are going to be more liberal? I think there's a chance that I may become more woke and politically correct in the future. And less, never mind. Brad says, did you know that our nose and ears never stop growing? I did not know that. Alexa says hi. Hello, Alexa. Sakiro says, more Karen, you mean? Sorry. Montana says, why aren't you answering me? Because there's other comments you're competing with. Clash says, please, can I have a shout out? No. The Real says, you mean more libtard? No comment. Sarah says, how many legs to super chat? Sorry, I don't know what you mean. Ast says, when do you think that the US will fall in a civil war? I don't see it happening in the future. In the upcoming future, that is. I think we'll be safe for the next 100 years. Bone says, you can be whatever you want, just don't be ignorant while you are being it. Don't be ignorant. I have a hard time understanding what you mean exactly. I mean, I'll say this. I'll try to be open to discussion always. I'll always be open to talking with, the opposing team and be peaceful. Shagod says, when's your next stream, Don? I'm at work and I need to get going. I don't know. I stream off of spontaneity. EJ says everyone is ignorant for their entire lives. Maybe. Brick says, I ate botulinum toxin. Sorry if that's bad. Montana says, El Lego, blah 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 blah. I don't speak Spanish. Flame says, hey Don, just got to say you're my favorite streamer. Thank you, Flame. Gorilla says, dollars say frick for $10. What? Karen says, can I have a shout out? No. At says favorite editor. I like the way Stanley Kubrick edits his movies. Trav says, do you know a country called Myanmar? I do. That's in Southeast Asia. Thrift says, thoughts on you and I living together forever? We can be eternally happy. I mean, well, one, I get the impression that you're a dude and I'm not gay, so I don't think that'll happen. Sekiro says, can I have a whisper out? Interesting, but still no. Boya says, Gboard guy is out. See ya, Boya. JK says, why would you be more liberal? That would be a mistake. Is it because of the girlfriend? Definitely not because of the girlfriend. It's just, it's a complicated, well, I just don't want to talk about it. Maybe in the future I'll talk more about politics, but for now I'm avoiding it. Brad says, fun fact, tigers have striped skin, not just striped fur. Wow, that's pretty weird. EJ says, you could be the new voice and face of PBS. Okay. Shakira says hi. Hello, Shakira. Joe says, good evening from Australia, Don. Hello, Joe Mama. Esso says, is GTA 5 dark and gritty? Settle the question. It is not, but GTA 4 is. Insufficient says, tralalero tralala, shark with blue shoes. You're into brain rot? Okay. 2 times says, give me a shout out. No. Easy says, how many jobs have you had? I'll keep that private. Guz says, stop bothering him. No, feel free to bother me. Fake says, can you burn the flame? What do you mean? Turn off my light? Gil says, if an hour was 30 minutes, how many minutes would be 30 minutes be? I'm not thinking about that. Thrift says, okay, I promise you, if you and I have one session, you will fall in love with me. I'm a freak. I'm not gay. That's not gonna change. Dream says he's not an incel. Okay. Crimson says, I'm back. I donated $1 before. Okay. Real says, let's go, another live stream. Okay. Brad says, do you listen to the radio while driving, or do you listen to music from your phone? I actually don't listen to anything at all while driving. I think it helps me focus. Guy says, I might be an incel. What do I have to do to be an incel? Girls have to... You know what? I don't want to answer. Ivor says, what's with all the stupid questions / comments? People are anonymous, so they can be crazy. EJ says, Trump has the sex offender vote. Is that a good thing? I guess it's a red flag. Aina says, what's an incel? Someone that is involuntary celibate. Kareen says, why is your energy so low? My personality. The shark says, get some sleep. No, I'm fine. A says, you look like if Mark Cuban and Michael Jackson had a baby. Michael Jackson? I don't know about Michael Jackson. Bonnie says, do you know Japanese? No, I don't. Jakey says, Trump or Joe? No comment. Kitty says, what is your favorite dinosaur? I like the Velociraptor. Bomb says, how are the comments selected? I have chat on my screen, and I click on the specific chat message that I want to bring up on the screen, on the stream. Kania says, what do you do for a living? I keep that private. Sekiro says, Carno best dino. Isn't that a carnivore T-Rex kind of thing that has horns? Duckling says, I'm Japanese. She or her said you're gay. Huh, okay. Thrift says, imagine if you and I had a baby. The baby would look so cute, like the mommy. You. Okay. Tess says, blah, blah, blah. I'm not reading that. User says, do you like the song Hall of the Mountain King? Not really. It's been used in too many memes, so my brain can't actually listen to it seriously. Its bio says, do you know anything about Slovakia? The First Lady came from there, and it's a country in Europe. Bonnie says hello. Hello, Bonnie. That plushie says, do you like the song 7 Minutes in Heaven? I can't recall that song. Suck says hello. Hi. Crimson says, I was just thinking about you, and I hope you have a good day. Thank you, Crimson. Sa says hello. Hello. The Potter says, I got to know Harry Potter from my aunt who was a Potterhead. That's where your Harry Potter obsession began? Okay. Philly says Labubu. Thank you for the NPC comment. Jess says, what's your take on Iran and the fact that Persian Empire is coming back? I mean, that Persian Empire is coming back? I heard they were in dire straits right now with inflation. What do you mean Persian Empire is coming back? Like, they're becoming more barbaric? Harry says, what's your favorite comment you have gotten so far? I don't know, man. Kareen says, do you know anything about Lebanon? It's in the Middle East. It's Bibo says, First Lady is from Slovenia, not Slovakia. I failed. Thank you for the correction. Insufficient says, does fuck mean a bad word or to backshot someone? It means both. The Potter says, quick Cornelius type robot emoji. What? Jakey says, do you play Call of Duty? I don't do that. Edit says, laughing my ass off. Glad you're laughing. Thrift says, his favorite comments are from me. He would love to have my baby. He knows it from deep inside. I don't want your baby. I don't want to have kids. I don't know you. Tommy says, what do you value the most? I value relationships. Ham says, do you support Palestine? Palestine or Israel? I keep my politics private. Jess says, Persian Empire is the first real empire in the history stretching from China to North Africa. They enforced governmental administration and human rights. Persia is the first big empire. Okay. Brad says, do you think Mike Jackson was guilty of what he was accused of in the past? I kinda always did, but recently feel he wasn't after watching several videos. I mean, I don't know too much about that case, but my intuition tells me that he's innocent. Karina says, do you know different languages? I only know English. Notification says, did you know if you force your eyes open with your fingers, then try closing your eyes go pop? I did not. That makes me uncomfortable. Gon says Donald Raul Benitez. Okay. The Night Faction says, do you have pupils? Like streamers that copy my style? Not really. Formerly says, do you know? My cock is long. Funny. Ivor says, avoid the vulgar language. I mean, I personally don't use it, but when I read comments, I use it. I don't mind saying vulgar stuff when I'm reading messages. Harry says, what content did you do before live streaming? I made very short vlogs. Roka says, what is your favorite game? I like Red Dead Redemption 1. Thrift says, we can name our baby Raul, and last name would be Padish. Raul Padish. No thank you. Aina says pineapple. Okay. Gon says, you like pumpkin pie, Don. That's true. Jesse says, if you were a girl, would you like to have a threesome? No comment. Notification says, what is the most funniest joke that you ever heard? I can't remember. I guess that says that I don't like jokes too much. Ashley says, at Brad Piff, the FBI had released that MJ was proven innocent of those charges. Very interesting. Slash says, I sleep better now. Also, long time no see. Hello, Slash. Vin says, the only way I could do this was if you just let them go. What on earth are you talking about, Vin? Nah says, are you a doppelganger of Severus Snape? No, we look very different. Robin says, is Obama your president? Not currently. Phantom says, Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. It's Bibo says, what's the meaning of life? All it is to survive and reproduce. Gon says, crazy that Brad Pitt is in the chat. No, Brad Piff. George says, did you play Find the Chomix? I did not. Slash says, how was your stream? Today's stream has been solid. The timer got pretty close to ending. It was like at 4 minutes earlier. That was exciting. Laura says, what's the timer for? You can read about it in the pinned comment. Callie says, hello, Don. Hello, Callie. What's up? The Duck says, do you okay Roblox? I don't play Roblox. And by the way, Callie, I hope you're not sick anymore. Jesse says, would a gigolo be able to have intimacy 10 times a day, like for real? I guess technically that's possible, but I don't know how quality it would be. VR says, have you ever watched Stranger Things? I've watched the first 2 seasons. Jesse says, you look drunk. I'm not drunk. Roka says, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Arena says, what's the best gift you have received? I don't know. I'm not too much of a gift person. I don't know. S says, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Barbara says, Trump or Kamala? No comment. Project says, what games do you play? I was playing Minecraft beta a little bit ago. Callie says, thanks, I'm getting well still. I'm glad that you're getting better. Rico says, I'm back for real. Happy to catch the stream before it ends. Okay. George says, do you play My Singing Monsters? I never got into that. Samantha says, what's the most thing that pisses you off? People passing gas. Anita says, damn, I done made breakfast and ate it and you're still on live. Yeah, it's nothing special compared to my other streams. I always go on for hours. C-Joy says, hoi, I haven't seen you in a while. Remember me? I don't remember you. Nevea says, how are you? What time is it for you? I don't share the specific time, but it is morning for me. Gon says, are you a juggalo? Am I a prostitute? No. Slash says, Don, since you're normally not live when I get awake, but since you are awake, I can actually chat. Our time zones aligned. Nice. Talia says, hi, Don. Hello, Talia. Dizzy says, what's happening, bro? Hope you're good. I am good, Dizzy. Thank you. Philly says, dih, skull emoji. Moment before happening. Huh. You're being an NPC? Okay. Brad says, at Callie, let me find out that you're a beauty queen. Liking the new profile picture. Okay. John Kelly says, I'm Mr. Boring, aren't I? That's funny. Kitty says, what do you know about the Velociraptor? What I know from Jurassic Park movies. Gon says, juggalos are the clown guys. Oh, they are? I get mixed. Juggalo. Sorry. Insufficient says, Kaka, Kel, Gwicka. Okay. Mike says, yo, Don, what's the timer for? You can read about it in the pinned comment. Karina says, do you play any sports? No, I'm kind of a nerd indoor guy. Kale says hello. Hello, Kale. Anne says, would you rather find a person or a million roaches in your attic? I would rather find a person. Gon says, do you like Whoppers? Yeah, I have to be really hungry though to eat one. Sekiro says, Don isn't in Europe, he's obviously in Mexican. I'm not in Mexico, but I do have Mexican ancestry. Ian says, hi, wave emoji, from Pakistan. I see a person wearing a hijab in your profile picture. Interesting. Cool. Fallen says, hi, hello Fallen. Slash says, yo Don, what was the funniest thing said this stream? I don't know, but, well, Thrifting Things has been being funny by trying to get me to be in a relationship with him. Sekiro says your state is close enough. I guess, in a way. Philly says eye emoji. Okay. Goji says I have a fat cat. Cool. Your Crafty says, can I please have a shout out? No. Brad says 9 minutes. Who's going to extend this party? That's an appropriate comment to make. The stream is getting pretty close to the end. I end the stream when this timer ends, but if you super chat, I'll extend the timer. Callie super chatted 10 American dollars. Thank you, Callie. Callie says, make Brad a mod, please. Let's see the time move again. Haha. Thank you again. Thank you, Callie. You really saved the stream. I was getting pretty close to the end there. Yeah, I'll move the time right now. Time added. Thank you so much, Callie. And yeah, I'll make Brad a mod. I'll make the dude that was complimenting you a mod. Brad, if you could please type in the chat right now, that'd be cool. Brad, where are you? Brad, type in the chat now. Brad Dvorak says hi. Not you, the other Brad. The cooler Brad. Where's Brad says, at Callie, emoji. Thank you as always. Yeah, thank you, Callie. Brad, I'm about to make you a mod. You are now a mod, Brad. You 1000% already know the rules, Brad. Thank you again, Callie, for your super chat. I made Brad a mod, and I added time. Thank you again. C-Joy says, I was the person who had a pig filter and said I don't like you. I don't remember you. Jack says, do you play Fortnite? I do. I have the Black Knight skin. Jess says, I dreaming of you being in Persia and doing bad thing together with me in shower. Okay. George says, can you guess my country? I'm curious if you can. I guess Saudi Arabia. William says, I am purple guy who got sprint locked. Okay. Alpha says, Jesus is king. Okay. Knight says, Ramadan Mubarak. Okay. That's Mething says, guys, I'm eating tacos and I'm on my 8th one. Wow, I don't eat that much. Scarlett says, do you eat spaghetti? I do not. I dislike spaghetti. I says hi. Hi. Insufficient says, at insufficient, donated a special laughing disco. I don't have gifts on. That's fake. Captain says, happy Ramadan. Thank you. So is Ramadan just when Muslims fast? How long is Ramadan? Like a few days? But it's fasting, right? William says, the bread is flying. Help. I can't help. Miss says, "Hi, I'm back, and I'm going to quit again." Sounds good. Jess says, "Would you like to be with the Prince of Persia and get pregnant with his child?" I don't have a womb. Drago says, "Rollins." I don't know what that means. Chess says, "Guess my country." The USA. My country. Sekiro says, "I have never said anything out of pocket in this chat before." I don't know about that. Barney says, "I live in Bedrock and will make your mom's bedrock." Funny. Eva says, "Hola." Hello. Eva. Sekiro says, "Ram me." That's out of pocket. Duckling says, "Guess my I'm getting bored of this." Rival says, "You play Roblox?" I don't. Ivar says, "Hope is it you don't realize you stream is being used to gang stalk your people?" I'm not worried about that. Chess says, "I'm from Croatia." Cool. I know nothing about Croatia. Zen says, "My name is Dragon, the rest is Dragon these nuts." Hilarious. Jess says, "Do you know anything about Zoroastrianism?" I know that apparently they like to get eaten by vultures when they die. They want their corpse eaten by vultures. Isn't that right? JK says, "I almost went into the shower with my headphones on." Wow. Brad says, "Have you ever had your heart broken?" Sure. Jake, I already read that. The Dev says, "Tomorrow it's another day. If you say which game this sentence is, I'll donate." I don't know. George says, "If you want me to reveal my country, I'll say it. My country is Romania." Andrew Tateland. Drago says, "Was going balls out of upstairs and then he was just going balls sky." What are you saying? Goji says, "Please send Laughin' Disco. My D is kinda homeless." I don't have gifts on. Thrift says, "Bro, I'm so bricked this morning. I'm gonna goon to your voice and close my eyes." Okay. Sekiro says, "In elementary, his crush denied his proposal." Maybe. DX says, "This is actually pretty funny. Thank you." Jess says, "I am kinda hard for you. Are you hard for me as well?" I'm not. Moore says, "Do you think the USA is going to get through this shit show?" Of course. Shadow says, "Shadow donated 1,000. That's fake. You're a charlatan." Alex says, "Fortnite bus." Okay. Gon says, "Croatia invented cottage cheese." Cool. Thank you for the fun fact. Karina says, "Do you know the country Latvia?" I know that it has a language, Latvian. Jess says, "We all have holes. Why not enjoy our holes together?" For the current moment, I'm not polygamous. Brad says, "When is the last time you legit felt scared? And don't say yesterday because of that bug." Last time I felt scared. I remember almost getting into a car accident because I was poorly using the roundabout. It was my fault. I entered the roundabout when I shouldn't have. Yeesh says, "Yo, I hope you have a good day. These comments are weird as hell." Thank you. Nah says, Jess, pay him money and he will start smiling. That's true. JK says, you can't get pregnant because you are male. Only a woman can get pregnant. There are only two genders. You are right in the fact that I don't have a womb. I'm incapable of making a baby. Callie says, W Don. Thank you. Jess says, if you had to enjoy a dildo to save your best friend, would you suck on it? I'll cross that bridge if and when I get there. Himothy says hi. Hello, Himothy. Insufficient says, I'm trying, going balls. Please help me. Speak better, I don't know what you're saying. Shadow says, close your eyes and breathe in for 5 seconds now, please. I might enjoy that, but I'm gonna focus on streaming. 10 says, did you survive No Nut November? Maybe. That's Mething says, it's 12 a.m. and I just got my belly button pierced. Okay. Duckling says, you say hilarious while you look at the camera with a straight face. Well, when I say hilarious, I often mean it in a sarcastic way, by the way. Maybe that wasn't understood. Sedilla says, you're my favorite niche internet micro celebrity. Thank you. Janet says dogs or cats. Dogs. Coco Bean says hi. Hello, Coco Bean. George says, do you play Geometry Dash? I got as far as Clutterfunk. I beat Clutterfunk. Michael says, what type of shampoo do you use? I don't know what it's called, but it has manly or like tough. I know there's something masculine like in the name. That Artsy says, do you like frogs or toads more? Aren't they the same thing? Sekiro says, are you more afraid of spiders or snakes, if at all? I'm more afraid of snakes. Mac says, what is your name? Don, D-O-N. Insufficient says, do you prefer OG Kush or green crack? What? Drago says 7 minutes. That's right, that's right. I end the stream when the timer ends, but if you super chat, I'll extend the timer. If you super chat, I'll extend how long I stream. Brad says, I wonder if at the Flippin' Gambler and at Big Dick John are still here. Thinking emoji. I don't know. Amy says, hello, I'm new. Should I sub? No. That Artsy says frogs and toads aren't the same. Huh, what's the difference? Saga says, do you have a girlfriend? Well, I try to keep that private. Insufficient says, yo man, I have a box of cocaine in front. How do I use it? You, inhale it through the nose, I think. Glitch says, how many donations have you gotten so far? I've gotten like 5 in total. Actually, more like 10. One of them was this dude, Big Dick John. He super chatted $50. Pretty crazy. Thank you, Big Dick, if you're here. Thrift says, when's the last time you got some dih? I never. That question is NA. It's not applicable to me. Dan says, what's your favorite video game? One of them is Rainbow Six Siege. The Odin says, execution day has arrived. What is your last meal? An egg sandwich. Yeah, definitely an egg sandwich of some kind. I don't know what specifically though. Karina says, are you a gold digger asking for money? In a way, yeah. Don't says, do you play R6? Well, not currently. Adia says, do you play Free Fire? No, that game looks terrible. Rosie says, Rainbow Six Black Arrow was the best. I haven't played that one. Sekiro says, an egg sandwich for your last meal has to be some serial killer shit. What? Come on. Come on, internet. Why are you failing me? It looks like we're back on, but I had internet issues just a second ago. Are we back? My chat box isn't moving, but it looks like we're back. My chat box isn't moving, but I can see I got this super chat though. If you can see me, I hope you can. The Flippin' Gambler super chatted $20 American. Thank you, the Flippin' Gambler. The Flippin' Gambler says, still too early to end stream in my opinion. I like that that's your opinion because I get money. Thank you, the Flippin' Gambler. I appreciate it. You saved the stream. I was only gonna stream for 3 more minutes, but you super chatted, and now I am streaming for this length of time. Thank you, the Flippin' Gambler, and thank you for your previous super chat. I appreciate you. Thank you. TT super chatted $20 American. Thank you, TT. TT says, you don't add Callie's time, Don? Mod for Shift and I? Virtual hug for chat and you, Don. I'm pretty sure I added Callie's time. Actually, I am sure. But it is true that I often forget to add time, but I am sure that I added time in that situation. Thank you, though, for, having my back and making sure the timer is correct. And you say mod for Shift and I. I'll make you mod, TT. For Shift, who is Shift? Who do you mean Shift? And TT, could you... Yeah, what do you mean Shift? Well, TT, you are mod now. Thank you, TT, for your super chat. And thank you for your virtual hug, your positivity, thanks. And let me add the time for your super chat, TT. I almost forgot. That's funny because you mentioned the timer in your super chat. Time added. Thank you, TT. Easy says, aw, hell nah. Not another 40 minutes. You want me to end the stream? Sekiro says, I was going to say you should add 2 minutes for every $1, but all these big donations would be so much. Yeah, I thought about that specific, way of doing it, but I would be cursed to maybe streaming for 2 days straight. I don't want that. TT says yes. Okay. But TT, who do you mean Shift? I don't know what you mean Shift. Who is Shift? JK says, an egg salad sandwich or like a fried egg sandwich for the last meal? I'm thinking scrambled egg sandwich. Mac says, why do you stream so early? I don't know how to answer that. It's just the way my life is. Def says, yo, you kinda look like Mark Cuban. Okay. TT says, thrift equals mod. Oh, Thrift and Things, that guy that always flirts with me. Okay, I'll mod him. I don't know if he's here though. If you're here, Thrift, I would like to make you mod, but yeah, if you're here, please message. Dominican says, when it's my turn. What? Thrift and Things says, hi. This creepy dude that always flirts with me is now gonna have mod. Thrift, you now have mod. Don't ban people, don't delete messages. Don't do that. Bones Jones super chatted 20 American dollars. Thank you, Bones Jones. Bones Jones says, I gotta get back to work. Y'all have a good one. Thank you so much, Bones. I will have a good one. I hope your workday goes well. Let me extend the timer. Thank you, man. Time extended. Wow, we're at like an hour now. Thank you so much, Bones, for this super chat, this big one, and your other big super chat. I really appreciate you. Thank you, Bones. Have a good workday. Thrift says, don't get out of line, chat. I will not ban you. Okay. Sekiro says, your community is so cool. Yeah, I appreciate them. Wooly says, please what? Slash says, I'm coding so I can't chat. Okay. Brad says, W Bones Jones. Yeah, W Bones. And WTT. And W the Flippin'. There's kind of a $20 train there. Thank you, the three of you. TT says, have a beautiful day, Bones Jones. Yeah. Dexo says, if you had to be an object, like a table, what object would you want to be? The red card in soccer. It's in soccer, right? Venera says, I subscribe to you. Okay. Alito says, you earned $59. Okay. Drago says, how do I send super chat? I have no money. Well, you need money to super chat, so there's no problem to solve there. Duckling says, they say money doesn't buy happiness, but if you give a $1 million to homeless man, he'll scream like a little girl. I mean, short-term happiness, yeah, but who knows about actual happiness? Eva says, hey. Skibbity says, bro, I am back. But something happened. My dog got into a fight. Wrath a coyote. Wow, that's intense. I hope your dog isn't seriously injured. Brad says, I think you should incorporate adding time for hitting certain likes. Like 50, 100, 100. Someone has told me that before, but I don't know. Like, I don't care about likes. Like, what do likes even do? Like, when I receive money, I know that means that adds to my bank account. If I receive a chat message, I know that I can read it and have something to do. Like, I can respond to it. That's fun. But when I get likes, like, I don't even know what that means. Like, I don't really care. Nevea says, what songs do you listen to? I listen to Red Dead Redemption ambient music. JK says, I would want to be a high-power rifle or a helicopter. That's a solid option. Rosie says, have you ever taken an upper decker, defecated in that part of the toilet? I have not. Insufficient says, can you put my eggs in the sandwich you're gonna eat for the last meal? Your eggs from like your body? No. Dan says, what's your favorite anime waifu? I don't have a favorite waifu. Crystal says, do you remember me now? I don't. Dexo says, I'd be a woman. Some people say they are objects, right? No comment. Eileen says, whatever that is. Okay. X says, what games do you play? I was playing Minecraft beta. Brad says, you don't have to care about likes, but likes is showing support, and adding time for likes would just be something you're doing for us as a thank you. I'll give you this. It's a good idea, but I like to make content that I would watch myself and I enjoy. And because I'm making this stream for myself, and because I don't really care about likes, I'm not gonna do that. So, but thank you for the solid idea. Dan says, if you become a woman for a day, what will you do? Interact with people. Mad says, I'm back. Remember me? I don't. Mood says, hi. Bigger. Okay. Durf says, you get a headset dent in my hair. Nevea says, I know you probably don't care based off of your demeanor, and yes, I know I spelt that wrong, but I'm currently in the ER and I have a huge IV. I'm very sick and my temperature hit 106.3. I mean, I hope you get better. Your comment was pretty good. You spelled demeanor wrong, and you mentioned it. You're talking conversationally, and you did like a rhyme at the end. That was cool. Dan Cube says top or bottom, no comment. TT says don't forget to like and subscribe, chat, or dislike. KS says hi Don. Hello KS. Dan says, I already read that. Hello says, we went to high school together. Okay. Lexi says, do you play Roblox? I don't. Brad says, have you ever broken any bones? If so, please share how. I have not broken any bones. I have lived a comfortable life. TT says, well, since you don't care for likes, I will ask for likes. Huh. You're compensating for me? Huh. Dancer says hi. Hello, Dancer. Heart says, do you play Minecraft? I was playing the beta version a few hours ago, just walking around. JK says they lied. They would be dead if a temperature is over 106. Really? I did not know that fact. Okay. Drago says, how do I send super chat? I have no money. You need money to... Okay. This is how you super chat. You get a job and then you'll have money. Eileen says, what's your favorite music song? I like Francis Farmer by Nirvana. Asayake says good morning. Hello Asayake. What's up? Nah says, congrat bro. You are the first person to talk to a corpse. Huh. 106 Fahrenheit. Eva says you're nice. Thank you, Eva. Jess says, I just got a call and couldn't write anything here. It's hard to maintain a boner and okay. Durf says, did you ever play Fortnite? I've played that game. BK says, do you play sports? The closest I've gotten to playing sports in the past few years is playing Rainbow Six Siege Ranked. Excuse me 1 second, I'm doing something. Okay, I'm finished. Sorry for not reading chats for a second. Green says, what is 2 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2? That would be 11. Char says NPC. Okay. Johnny says, good morning, brother. What's up, Johnny? Callie says, TT is awesome. Brad, don't be a hater. Okay. Rosie says, did you know Frances is Kurt Cobain's daughter's name? I did. TT says, especially don't tell Dawn. Okay. Asayake says, just waking up, getting ready for work. How has your stream been? It's been good, as usual. Yeah. A dude earlier super chatted $50, and that was pretty cool. Jesse says, do you have a mechanical keyboard? That gives me a hard on. I do, but some of my keys are sticky because I spilled Gatorade on it recently. Slam says, should I not drink today? You should not. BK says, would you consider yourself slightly autistic? No. Lemino says, you know what else is sticky? Your semen. Brad says, at Cali, lol, no hate here, I like freaks. Okay. That one depressed demigod says, do you support LGBTQIA? I guess so, yeah. I mean, I definitely do. I don't know what all of those letters mean, though, but I know basically what it means. Nah, bro says, what time is it in your country? It is in the morning. I'm not saying anything specific. Shift says, yeah, sure, it was Gatorade. Show us the Gatorade bottle. That was like from weeks ago. I don't have the bottle. It was blue, though. I can say that. Brad says, your keyboard is sticky, huh? Too much information, Donald. It was Gatorade. Eighth says he's capping. I'm not. Cold Slayer says, it's gotta be 6:33 over there. Maybe. iPole says, how many years does USA claims Greenland? Sorry. Puffy says, what's 12 squared? 144. TT says, show the cap. That cap is probably in a landfill somewhere. Asayake says, grats on the 50. Also, I love waking up to a weird chat. Cheers. Cheers. BK says, can you help me with my physics homework? I did really bad in physics. Don't ask me. Durf says, would you rather be IRL Minecraft or IRL Fortnite? Minecraft. Notification says, TT means peanuts without the T in a different language. Okay. Fragrant says, what's important in life? Relationships. Boiling says, Sid or Johnny? I like the name Sid more. Thrift says, would you want to try my new lotion that's made from the finest man milk? It's good for the face. No, that sounds disgusting. The Potter says, my younger sis has a competition with me. If she sees me watching something, she goes and asks mom to play the exact video on YouTube Kids. Okay. So if she sees you watching me, she won't be able to put it on the TV because I'm not on YouTube Kids. Insufficient says, I suck gay dick. Okay. Saturn says, hi. Hello, Saturn. Frisk says, I'm glad you did not break any bones because I broke my ankle last night playing soccer. I mean, I kind of wish I had broken bones because that would mean that I would have lived like a more exciting life. Sekiro says, and that's why he's not on YouTube Kids. Yeah, you're probably talking about Thrift's comment, yeah. BK says, what's your favorite cologne? The cologne that I use is Citrusy. I don't know what it's called, though. Willow says, you look very touchable. Interesting. Philly says, duh. Okay. Dean says, my teacher called me that she wanted to lick my phone. That's pretty weird. Modestas says, isn't life exciting when you talk to so many weird people? I mean, this isn't too exciting because it's over the internet. Sekiro says, Dawn looks very sugglyable. I don't know what that means. Riley says, you don't listen to music, right? I haven't been listening to music recently. I want to get back into it though. Random says 67. Okay. Eppenstein says, what advice can you give to a chronic gooner? If go to public places and hang out there. Doom scroll in like your college library instead of your bedroom so you don't get tempted. TT says, my friend Potter and I together make a teapot virtual hug for you, Pot, since you missed mines. Teapot, that's cute. Oilia says, how old are you? I'm an adult. BK says, do you train at the gym? I don't. Muhammad says, neighbor. Okay, Muhammad. Shift says, show the keyboard. I don't feel like lifting it. II says, a chronic gooner goons in public. No, even the most chronic wouldn't do something as shameful as that. Tutu says, help, I cut my bangs and I'm cooked as fuck. I don't know, dude. I don't know much about hair. Tomas says, hedge up. Hello, Tomas. Marina says, what do you do if you make a door and make it red, but it falls over on the floor and there's paint? What do I do? You ask ChatGPT. Tony says, hi Don. Hello, Tony. Fazbear says, yo, my friend's mad I'm gay, so can you please help me what to do? I don't know, man. Brad says, Callie wants to know if she's weird. Donald, please answer her. I mean, everyone's weird in their own way. I mean, Callie, I guess in a way that you're weird is you're a live stream fiend. I know you watch Kevin Yellow and the Elmo dude. Usually people just watch YouTube videos, not, watch streams and participate in them. Oil says, do you like songs more or music? What? I'll say this, I like albums more than songs. Saturn says, I got a Hindi call, it was a scam call. Okay. Callie says, haha, you mean mod? Yeah, I guess you are a mod in those other streams, yeah. iPoll says, choose one. Meet your favorite YouTuber person or meet your favorite music person. I would rather meet a, YouTuber. Cold Slayer says, why are beaver anal glands used in food flavoring and cologne? That's pretty gross seeming. Notification says, which of these 3 planets do you really like? Mars, Uranus, Pluto? I mean, Uranus is pretty interesting because it's blue. Like, Mars is similar to Australia because it's red, but where on Earth is the ground blue? Uranus is pretty interesting. Yada says, why do you do Q&A? Because it's fun. Thrift says, Fortnite or Fort Skin? I don't know what Fort Skin is. Clash says, please, can I have a shout out or you are gay? You are not getting a shout out. Real says, Don chuckled at Marina. F comment. I did? Okay. Sekiro says, that's because Uranus is a gas planet. There is no ground. There is no ground. That's interesting. Huh, I never thought about that. There's no ground. It's a gas planet. Faz says, what do? I keep getting bullied at school. I guess, I don't know. Talk to your parents about it. Callie says at Brad, it's okay if he don't answer me. Don's busy working. I mean, I would be answering you if you had been selfish and gave mod to yourself. You're getting lost in the sea of comments. Joshua says, tell me how strong is black hole gravity? I think it's the strongest thing ever from what I've heard. Azan says, are you even seeing my comments? I am. Theodore says, what would you do? Drink water forever, but you can't eat food? Or you eat forever, but you can't drink water? I mean, I think it'd be pretty cool not to eat food. I would save time. Oil says, black hole gravity got big suckage. Okay. The Potter says, my dog is getting older day by day, and that makes me realize that everyone is mortal. Okay. Musically says, can you answer George's would you rather? They have been asking for a while. Maybe. I might get to their comment. Yor says, hi. Hello, Yor. Adrian says, how talented you are. Thank you. Cold Slayer says, your anus usually has gas. Was that dude earlier saying Uranus is a gas planet making a joke like that? Or is it actually a gas planet? I don't know. TT super chatted 10 American dollars. Thank you, TT. TT says for Callie, my goddess. I wish I could transfer mines to pot. Oh, yeah, I'll make Callie a mod. But you wish you could remove your own mod and give it to Potter? That's sweet, but there is no transferring. But yeah, I'll make Callie a mod. I'm glad that Callie is getting it because, you know, she was giving good messages, but I'm not seeing them. The Potter says W. Yeah, W. Let me extend the time first. Let me not forget to do that. Time extended. Joshua says, how many atoms one human have? 1 trillion. That's my guess. The Potter says, thanks, TT. You are still very grateful. Okay. By the way, Callie, if you could please type in the chat so I could make you a mod. TT says, yes, / do it. Don, read slashes, please. / says, yo, Don, would you like to be a picture in my game of Monopoly? I can code it in. I mean, you do what you want to do. I'm not gonna just if it makes sense to if it makes sense for me to be in your game, then yeah. Like, yeah, only if it makes sense for me to be in your game. Pixel says, did you know that there's no fast food place that starts with W? Oh god, is this some kind of joke? What about Whataburger? Are you gonna say... I feel like this is some kind of joke. Tony says, I was out on life's sea, all burdened with sin and distress, till I heard a sweet voice saying, make me your choice, and I entered the haven of rest. That's a cute poem. Thrift says, has anything explored your black hole, Don? No comment. Notification says, TT, please be kind and donate $10 for me, heart emoji, so I can get mod. My goddess. Okay. Brad says Callie is hiding, or being productive in life and not wasting their time watching a random dude stream. Dexo says, Uranus is a ice giant. Only the core is solid ice though. It's an ice giant. Okay. What do you mean the core is the only ice? So is the ground level like snow then? CT says, oh, you again. Hi. Tony says it's a hymn about being rescued by Jesus. I understood that. It's not gonna evangelize me though. I'm for good or for bad. Oil says wash Uranus. Okay. South says my real name is Farquit. Sounds like Farquad. Max says, what's the darkest theory? That humans are just as immoral as animals. Dexo says McDonald's, Burger King, KFC. What about it? Sekiro says Uranus and Jupiter are both gas giants, meaning there's nowhere for a spaceship to land. You would be crushed in its dense atmosphere. You'd be crushed by the atmosphere? My brain doesn't fathom that, but that's interesting. Asayake says, I appreciate how staunch you are in your atheism. Don, we need more voices like you. I'm staunch? I've never thought about me being staunch about my atheism. Interesting. TT says, I'm not from Australia, Potter. Okay. Tootle says, remember me? I don't. Pixel says, why do you have 2 streams and 6,000 subs? I have more streams. Check the playlist section of my channel. Thrift says, imagine if I can explore your black hole, Don. I can be the first Neil Armstrong to land in there. You're freaking me out, man. Innie says, hello. Is it weird that I missed you and I was waiting for you to go live? It's not too weird. Parasocial relationships are pretty normal nowadays. What's up, Innie? I appreciate your questions, by the way. Cool says, I farted my grandpa breathing machine. Okay. Frostus says, is it true that the Saturn are made of 96% hydrogen? I don't know. Tony says, I just love it because of the comfort he brings me, especially at this time of pain and recovery. Yeah, I have heard that Christians get a lot of comfort in knowing that, you know, they have God at their side, but in my perspective, you know, I don't think that's true, but I appreciate that you're trying to evangelize me. Callie super chatted 10 American dollars. Thank you, Callie. Callie says, for the Potter, whoops, sorry, fell asleep for a bit, my bad. It's okay. I mean, aren't you sick? Thank you for your super chat, and yeah, I'll make Potter a mod, and I'll make you a mod, because someone earlier, as you may know, super chatted for you to be mod. Thank you, Callie. Let me extend the timer first. Time extended. Notification says, at TT, are you Filipino or Australian? Okay. The Potter, if you could please type in the chat. The Potter says, OMG. You are now gonna get mod, the Potter. I'm about to make you a mod in just a second, the Potter. In just 1 second. I'm working towards making you a mod. 1 second. Potter, the Potter. Okay, the Potter, you are now a mod. Also, if you, Callie, could... Well, actually, I can do it right now. Callie, you are now a mod as well. You both are mods. Thank you guys. Dexo says, are trouts evil? Are fish evil? No. Jess says, does a day even or start at 23 hours and 56 minutes? What? Pixel says, are you actually parasocial? I mean, everyone is to a degree if they have access to the internet. Callie says, yes, on cold meds, haha, been sleepy. Understandable. R says, humans have 7 octillion atoms. Wow, that's... I don't even know how big an octillion is. Thrift says, Don, does your black hole have any gravity in it? I'd love to float in there. Okay. Annie says, if the moon shines by reflecting light, that isn't its own, what in your life are you reflecting? And what would it mean to glow from within instead? It's reflecting stuff that I've watched on the internet, imitating people's personalities I've watched on the internet, and I guess glowing inside would me being myself instead. Na says, I don't believe that. I believe the number of atoms we have is changing this microsecond. It's constantly changing? Okay. Callie says, YW the Potter, and thank you TT, I don't need mod, but nice. I mean, you kinda do. I was missing so many of your messages. I felt bad. Duckling says, I wish someone donated me 10 so I could get mod. Okay. Acro says, would you rather lose your voice for 1 month or lose internet for 1 month? Lose internet? Losing internet sounds like an adventure. The Potter says, an octillion is 10 to the 27th power. Whoa. T-Ferg says, I believe some of you are developing extra chromosomes in real time at that. I don't think that's possible. Coldslayer says, Thrift is sexually obsessed with you. It seems like it. President says, hi. Hi. Guinea says, my fish did I backflip and then he went on my phone. Okay. R-Block says, Uranus is an ice giant. Okay. Hack says, bye. Bye, Hack. President says, how is your day going? Going good, going good. Brad says, if you had to pick one person to be a permanent mod, who would you choose? Don't be soft and choose someone. I've said the answer before. I have said Jacqueline because, one, they're wholesome, kind of like TT and Callie, they're wholesome, and they also have spent a lot of time in the stream. They may have the most watch time out of any chatters. That's the watch time is the second reason, and first is the wholesomeness. Not Quite says, favorite economic change from early 2000s. I don't know, dude. Ron says, have you tried Indian cuisine? I have not. Slash says, we just added you to the home screen. We have a bit more drawing to do, but we got you in it. Cool. I mean, take me out of the game if I don't fit. I don't know how it makes sense for me to be in your game. Brad says, Jacqueline is a very respectable choice. It is. Must says, would you rather walk into the path of Hawkins or the path of Welcome to Derry? I don't know what either of those things are, but Derry sounds safer. Iad says, will I be mod? No. Hack says, why are you so sad? I am not sad. Dana says, Brad is sus. He is? Okay. President says, ostrich or eagle in a fight? Who wins? Ostrich. The Potter says, Don, did you know Uranus was also the first planet to be discovered in our solar system in 1781? Really? Was Uranus discovered before Mars? That seems weird. Ferg says, it being the demonic clown thing. Sorry. I says, if you ever need rescuing, I will come guns blazing. Gun ho? Thank you, I guess. Andrew says, hello Andrew. Pip says, you look handsome. Thank you, Pip. Notification says, A. Okay. Lost in a Room says, Potter, please ban me. If you ban them, the Potter, I will take your mod away. Don't ban them. The Duck says, jump. No, I'm gonna stay sitting. The Potter says, Mars was known to ancient civilizations, while Uranus was the first planet discovered with a telescope. Okay. Interesting. Law says, why? I'm giving him permission to. I don't care. I make the rules. IU Tutorial says, yo, hi. Hello, IU Tutorial. You have a check mark in your name. Do you make, are you the person that helps me with my Windows 10 problems? What do you do? The Potter says, lost, I will not. Thank you. Tony says, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune are all gas giants. All of them. Okay, did not know that. Joshua says, do you like someone? Yeah. Def says, remember me and fix your hair. I do remember you. The Potter says, lost in a room, sorry. Sir Benitez says I can't. Okay. Tony says, to be honest, I wasn't trying to evangelize you, Don. I just wanted to give the Lord Jesus Christ his props. Gotta go, Godspeed. See ya, Tony. Kayleigh says, are you gay? I'm not. Cool Kid says, if you had to save either your PC or your sub count, what would you save? I would save my PC. Brad says, what Callie said is facts. You can't be given out special treatment to certain individuals, Donald. I don't know what exactly you mean by that. Law says, it's okay, you're just following orders. A certain group of people did the same exact thing. No comment. Harry says, IU has 115 sub, by the way. Okay. Sekiro says, laughing my ass off about the Nazi thing. Okay. Mo says, I got a business. It's in my van. Wanna come and see? No, I don't want to get molested. The Duck says, okay. Annie says, if tonight's dream could answer one question, what would you ask? I would ask, what profession, what job should I dedicate my life to? Filmmaking, streaming. Cold Slayer says, why do some people eat corn the long way? Isn't that the proper way to do it? Dexo says, I don't know what NGL means, not gonna lie. Funny. Jacob says, bro, I swear, this guy should have ended stream 30 minutes again. People keep on super chatting. Joshua says, what would you felt if your crush hold hands with your best friend? Dark thoughts. Missy says Australia is wider than the moon. I've heard that. That's interesting. Callie says Brad. Ha ha ha. Shh. Okay. Purse says, if you didn't do streaming, what would you do? What other would I make, like stuff I'd make on YouTube? Vlogs. Sekiro says, Dark Thoughts, Aura. I mean, Aura, you say that as if that's a special thing. I think most people would get dark thoughts. George says, I just want my would you rather to be answered, and I guess type it again. Slash says, I sent you a picture of it, Don. Can you show chat on screen? Sorry, I'm not gonna go out of my way to do that. Six says, hi, how are you? What's your hobbies? I like video editing. I put together compilations of random stuff together. TT says, I banned any. No, you did not. Well, I really hope you didn't. Eddie says, hi. Hello, Eddie. Callie says, it happened and we seen it, Brad. And Don let it be, so his channel, his rules may not be fair, but oh well. That's life sometimes. How was I unfair? I'm curious. I don't know how I was unfair. Notification says, Don, want to try turning on posts on your channel? I made fan art for you. If you tag me in it and I'll take a look at it. Dana says, have you been punched in the face? For good or for bad, I have not. IU says, can you make me moderator? No, that requires a $10 American super chat or above. The Potter says, I am Doodleiat. Okay. Lucario says, any words for Ice Cream Man? Your insights into streaming have been useful to me. Kelfo says, your bum is so cute. Okay. The Potter says, doodleist. Okay. Ecam says, what is laughing my ass off, Dexo? What? Missy says, the SR-71 Blackbird, which was the fastest manned plane ever, could fly at Mach 3.32. I don't know what Mach is, but that sounds fast. Caitlin says, good kid, band. What? Annie says, why don't you make video editing as your job? I mean, I only like video editing if, you know, I'm choosing what to video edit. I don't want to video edit someone else's movie. I want to, you know, make my own thing. And I don't know how to make money yet with my creative projects. Joshua says, what is the most valuable things you have? My PC. Saint says, do you like furries? I don't. I mean, I'm actually indifferent. Brad says, Callie was talking about that time you let a mod use their powers and allowed him to keep his position like nothing happened and just told him to not do it again. That's a fair point, but that dude, all he did was ban... No, excuse me. All he did was, like, delete one message or something like that. He never banned anyone. He didn't time out someone for, like, a day. It was only, like, one message, so... I allow, like, you know, that. Just... Ecam says, play button emoji. Okay. The Potter says, at dawn, are you an astronaut? Because your cuteness is out of this world. Okay. IU says, are you a scientist? I am not. Just Add Water says, turn off the scary music. Well, I like it, so no. Brad says, we all want to experience that power. Donald, give us all one free pass. I mean, you have been here for a while. You know the rules, so like it. That one guy that I gave an extra chance to, that was his first stream, and Missy says, Mach is the speed of sound. Okay. VR says, do you believe in God? I don't. Kayleigh says, everyone like and subscribe if you want to, or dislike. Real Me says whatever that is. And by the way, Brad, now that I'm ruminating on it, I probably should have removed that guy's mod. I think you may be right. I think I should be just and should have just... I should have been fair and just removed it, because that's what I do for everyone. I think if someone makes one mistake with mod, I'll immediately take their mod away. Total says, I ate your car. No, you didn't. Saint says, opinion on femboys. Well, I'm not one. I don't have any friends that are one. I'm kinda just indifferent. Not Quite says, a lot of Sith mods. They want more power, Don. Okay. Randy says, ban mods. No. Callie says, because yeah, did that with Kevin and he said it was a mistake as well. That makes sense. I was being unfair. Kevin, I took his mod. That other guy, I gave him a chance. I was unfair. Sorry. Joe B says, stinky poo poo stinky. Okay. Anderson says, are you married? I keep my love life private. Brad says, we did it, Callie. We got Donald to see the light. You did change my mind. You did make me see my mistake. Thank you. Philip says, who are you? I am a streamer. Dexo says, Mach is du in German. Ooh, cool. Cool Kid says, there's one time where I slide on a stair railing on my house. That sucks. Anderson says, it's okay. Okay. Kelfo says, did you see Tokyo Drift? I have not seen that movie. Callie says, we shall see. Still his channel, his rules, so did we, Brad? Yeah, I guess you'll just have to wait and see. Randy says, inquiring minds want to know, Don. Okay. Sick says, what's your favorite food and music? Well, one of my favorite foods is mac and cheese. Gaming says, if your birthday was January the 1st, you could never say your birthday was last year. That's right. The Potter says, Potterheads, type the wizard emoji. Okay. Cool Kid says, the wizard emoji. I guess he's a Potterhead. Kyle says, car, far, tar, bar. Okay. Cold Slayer says, my favorite William Dafoe movie is Mr. Bean. Was he in that movie? Anonymous says, I like to clone you so I can ride you all day long forever. Well, that's not possible nowadays, but I guess you could make deepfakes of me if you're that desperate. South says, every time I see you streaming, I just can't stop watching. Well, make sure to be responsible. Don't spend too much time here. Harry says, how do you like the stream? It just keeps pausing. It's lagging? I don't think it is lagging. Annie says, if your dreams are the language your soul speaks when your ego is asleep. What has it been trying to say? I mean, I've been dreaming about video games recently, like being in the video game in my dream, like as if it's real life. I don't know what that means. Mag says, "Hey, do you remember me? I don't." The Potter says, "At Callie Crucio," whatever that means. Is that Harry Potter stuff? Cold says, "Straight." Okay. Sir Yuan says, okay. Sekiro says, "To like the stream, just press the thumbs up and icon at the top. Or you can dislike the stream if you dislike it." My fave says, "Stop ignoring me. No promises." The Potter says, whatever that emoji is. Okay. Duckling says, "I have an idea. If they sell you fake phones, ask them if it's fake. If they say it's not, say, put it on your family." I don't know if that'll work. People are capable of lying these days. I mean, actually, since the dawn of time. And he says, "Are you aware in your dreams?" I'm not. Brad says, "I believe him, Callie. Donald is growing into a fine young man, and we made him aware of is something that'll hopefully stick with him for life." I feel like you're getting too deep with for life stuff, but I think I will stay strong with the, one mistake as a mod, I'd take away your mod. I think I'll stay strong with that. Cold says, "Ignore her. So what if there's too many messages?" Yeah. My fave says, "Expecto Patronum. Now Don needs to use 12 bones in his lower jaw to smile in the camera and say like and subscribe. No saying dislike." No. I stay strong with what I said. Dislike if you want to. Joshua says, "How many star Milky Ways have?" I don't know. I know this. There's more trees than there are stars in the Milky Way. I think Brad said that. The Potter says, "Wait, did someone delete a message?" Someone removed their own message, which is allowed. Boston says, "Good morning, Don." Good morning, Boston. Duckling says, "If they are honest, I'll just tip them $100. That's nice. Marine says, "Laughing emoji." Okay. Fashion says, "Hello." Hello, Fashion. Annie says, "What dream have you been quietly carrying for years?" Quietly carrying? I don't know. Quietly? I don't know. The Potter says, "Creepy, scary Benitez blood. Sent shivers down his spine." Okay. Figure says, "Is the sun white?" I have heard it is. Appetite says, "Hi, Parasocial. My girlfriend is forcing me to wear a butt plug as a punishment for not doing the dishes. What do I do? Please help me." I don't know. I don't have experience in that situation. Just says, "How are you? Am I late?" I'm good. I guess you are. I have been streaming for 3 hours. Kaylee says, "Is it yellow?" No comment. Kel says, "Peach emoji, pig emoji." Okay. Brad says, "I did share that more trees than stars comment. It's crazy that you remember it was me." Okay. Roblox says, Hi Roblox. B-Rad says, "Pop them teats out, go shirtless." No. Just says, "Said from the next time I'll try my best to come early." No, feel free to come late. Kayleigh says, I meant the sun is yellow. I mean, technically, isn't it white? On a technical level. Callie says, Brad always dropping random facts. Well, back in the day, he was dropping them constantly, but nowadays, I don't see him saying facts. Harry says, Don, what content would you do if you didn't do live streaming? Maybe vlogs. SF says, Gen Alpha is disturbingly illiterate. I'm glad to see you practicing. Thank you. Kelf says, tomorrow are you will live? I can see you're in Gen Z. Just kidding. I probably won't be live. Cold Slayer says, there are more pubes than there are trees. Okay. Randy says, do a live stream in pajamas. No, I don't like being in pajamas in public. Dexo says, oil, owl, labor laws are crazy. I don't even know what that... The Potter says, owl lawyer here. What is going on? Zachary says, put your feet on stream. Definitely not. Teacher says, skydiving or scuba diving? Scuba diving. Being in a coral reef, that would be a feast for my eyes, all of those colors and creatures. TT says, do you have pajamas? I do. Baby says, Jesus loves you and died for you. Thank you, but I don't believe in that. I already read that. Moam says, do you think studying hurts your brain? No. It may actually be helpful. Innie says, if you are the universe looking through your own eyes, what are you currently trying to understand? Maybe human technology. I mean, I've spent so much time looking at screens, so... Randy says, looks like someone wanted to know what was in Don's pajamas. Okay. Brad says, at TT, the rest are all imposters. I don't know the context there. II says, Charlie from It's Always Sunny clears you at the Potter. You guys are talking to each other. Okay. Callie says, some people don't have open minds. That's why they get uncomfortable. True. PT says, because he's a creep. Favoritism. I don't know what you guys are saying. Arav says, Diddy, go away. Riz up kids another day. Huh. George says, okay then. If you're not fair for me, I'll just wait until this stream ends and then unsubscribe. I don't know what you're saying, dude. Kelf says, pig emoji, peach emoji. Makes me think of the movie Deliverance. One says, my life is so unfair. Everyone sees me as... I don't know what you're saying. Baby says, did you know that from the lowest point to the highest point on Earth is 11 miles? I did not. So from the Mariana Trench to Mount Everest? Annie says, if your doubts are maps, where are they guiding you? Maybe staying inside too much. TT says, yes. Brad, don't worry. We won't fool for these imposters. There's imposters. Interesting. Kelf says, your bum is so cute. Okay. Joshua says, what is the most rarest thing in galaxy? My guess is wood. Brad says, what's something that's not so common that you hope to eventually? Not speaking about food. I don't know what you mean. Can you give me like a topic to answer your question with? Annie says, what do you fear discovering about yourself? I don't know. That I'm a rude person. LeBron says, hope you have a great day, Don. You too, LeBron. I love chocolate says a bunch of emojis. Okay. Kale says, yes, you are a great sub, but I have a breakdown. What? Cold Slayer says, what time did you start streaming? It's almost over. I don't say the time, but I will say that I've been streaming for 3 hours 20. Randy says squeal. No. Yuna says cat in a box emoji. Okay. Excuse me. I meant to click Brad's chat message, but I clicked this guy's. I'll read yours. Joshua says good night, bro. Good night, Josh. Brad says, I left out the word try, eventually try, like something new you haven't done before. Well, scuba diving seems interesting. The Potter says, brah, yeah, I said that. I apologize for that. Baby says, and because it is 11 miles, that means if you shrink Earth to a size of a tennis ball, it would be the smoothest thing you would feel. I'm lost. Yuna says cat in a box emoji. Okay. P. Banders says, what is something you fear you'll regret at the end of your life? As most of Gen Z, spending too much time on screens. George says, you ever heard of the word hairdresser? I clearly haven't. Cold says, scientists brought a mummified vocal cord back, and it sounds like you, Don. That's interesting. Huh. Natasha says, how do you get onto YouTube so you can be a YouTuber? I don't know what you mean. You just get on YouTube. Annie says, what if dreams are just another layer of reality? Maybe. I don't know. Dexo says, can you do a kickflip with a skateboard? No. SFM says, are you tired or on the spectrum? You gave me a false dilemma. I'm neither. George says, please just scroll up and answer. Sorry, I am not gonna do that. The Potter says, message deleted by @parasocial.benitez. That's cute. I did not actually delete a message, by the way. He's just, he wrote that whole thing out. George says, say what you see. Poop emoji. You horse. Oh. I'm not gonna do that. Kayleigh says, holy dodo shit. Okay. Brad says, have you made any what seem to be small decisions that you feel have drastically changed your life? Well, in 2024, I was watching a lot of movies. Movies. I wasn't watching internet slop. But in 2025, I changed my entertainment from movies to, slop YouTube. So maybe that changed my life in a way. Michael says, what's the longest you have streamed? That would be 12 hours. George says, "Hey Don, you were a little bit unfair and didn't choose me that much. I'm sorry." User says, "What is your favorite movie?" Mine is The Mask by Jim Carrey. Mine also has masks featured prominently. I like Eyes Wide Shut. The Potter says, "Greenland mentioned." Okay. George says, "Say what you see, big donkey, horse, donkey, ass." I don't know what you're trying to get out of me. Saibon says, "Give me your di." No. Joshua says, "Who is your favorite YouTuber?" Salc1. Baby says, "Did you know that they found seashells on top of mountains that date back like 7,000 years? I did not know that." Fraser says, "All the guys who want me to Bonnie Blue them, put W in the chat. First 50 get on my live. The first 50 to put W have sex with you on a live stream." Huh, I'm not saying W. Dexo says, "Why does Greenland have a Pokeball in the flag?" I don't know. Max says W. Toby says W. Irina says W. Okay, you guys want to have sex with him? Okay. Callie says exclamation point. Well, that wasn't a W, so I like that. Envy says, "What's the point of homework? To exercise your brain at home." Sick says, "Why are you answering stupid questions?" Because every sentence spoken has some interesting thing about it. Nothing is completely stupid. Notification says, "Almost done with our fan art." Okay. The Potter says L. I agree. The VR says Jimmy Jolly. Okay. Not Quite says, "I find home studies stick much better than forced assignments easily." I think I agree with that. George says, "Donnie, what's the biggest you taken?" 0 inches. The Potter says, "Message deleted by I hate Harry Potter." Huh. Steak says, "Who wants to Bonnie Blue with Diddy and Holden Dix type 3000? What? Weimer says, "What was your favorite year in school?" Sophomore year. Maya says, "How are you doing?" I'm doing good, thank you. Joshua says L. Okay. William says, "Mr. Paris." Don't call me that. Call me Don. Baby says, "Did you know that every planet can fit in between Earth and the Moon, even Pluto?" Every planet can fit in between Earth and the Moon. What about Jupiter? How is that? Joshua says bad chat. Okay. User says, "Bro, can people in the chat stop talking about dicks and sex?" Okay. Andrea says, "Who gave you live? Donnie Dono?" Sorry. George says, "Donnie, are you saying you taken 0 inches but you give it hard?" No comment. Megan says crying emoji. Okay. William says Adrian 67. Okay. The Potter says message deleted by @Paris. Okay. Annie says, "If existence chose you as an experiment, what is it testing?" I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm testing like what the brain can deal with when it comes to random messages and insults and disturbing sexual stuff. Steak says, message deleted by neighbor. Whoa, you really twisted that shtick the Potter was doing. Sekiro says, I'm going to miss this when you're big. Okay. Conspiracy says, Super Bowl halftime was an epic fail. You didn't like Bad Bunny? Okay. George says, Donnie, are you saying you taken 0 inches, but saying no comment to taking 3 at a time? I'll say this, I'm not gay, and I don't have gay sex, so maybe that answers your question. The Potter says France is the world's most visited country, attracting over 100 million foreign visitors in 2024. Really? I did not know that. Joshua says, how many planets in the solar system? My guess is 9. Kayleigh says, I found a megalodon tooth on the beach. That's cool. Mataja says, are you chill or bored? I am chill. The Potter says, am I the only mod here? I think Brad and Callie might be here, but you are the only mod that's consistently churning out messages. George says, I already read that. 67 says, are you gay? If you are, what is the biggest you've sucked? I've sucked 0 inches. Flippin says, I'm here. What's up, Flippin? TT says, I'm here too. Oh, the both of you guys are here. You guys are lurking, not typing. Z says, I swallow cum. Good for you. Steak says, I found horse balls in the plains. Okay. Callie says, I'm here. Oh, you are? Cool. Jake says, can you ban me? No. Minnesota says, I'm here. Cool. You're not a mod though, but that's still cool. User says, when Jesus made the earth and made one girl and one boy, does that mean that they are our great blah 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 grandma and grandpa? I don't know. Brad says, I'm here too, dealing with some nonsense IRL, so I'm just listening at the moment. Okay, maybe. My guess is you're killing an insect. George says, who is this guy called 0 inches that you did? Oxygen. Joanna says poopy. Okay. Megan says, I'm sad because of sex chats. Okay. Touchdown says, have you tasted your own semen? I have not tried my own cum. Annie says, if you are a doorway the universe is using, what is it trying to walk into? Transhumanism. 1 second, I'm doing something. 1 second, I'm busy doing something. Please give me a second. Okay, I'm finished. William says, US Route 21 or US Highway 21? Blah, 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 South Carolina. What? The banana says a bunch of stupid emojis. Okay. Andrea says D57XR. Okay. Tovin says he's Googling transhumanism. That's an interesting theory. Zplay says, stop spamming sex chats. Are you guys fucking gay? I mean, I don't mind if they're gay. George says, are you saying you have 2 boyfriends, 0 inches, and oxygen? My boyfriends are oxygen, H2O, carbon dioxide. Flippin says, are you changing the pin comment? No. That is also a good theory, though. Nico says, have you jerked off? No comment. Callie says, freedom of speech here on Dawn Channel. Yeah. Kind of. Six says, I'm here. Future mod? Okay, well, done to ignore. What are you saying? Joshua says, if you are a god, what would you do to save the earth? Do what Jesus did. Actually, no. What Jesus did was not real, but that's what came up in my head. By the way, I'm gonna end the stream in 3 minutes, 52 seconds. But if you super chat, I'll extend the timer, aka stream for longer, so. Sharon says, have you ever jerked off to a dog? No, I'm not into bestiality. George says, Donnie, please leave your personal sex life out of the chat. It's very inappropriate. I'm unsubscribing. You're being silly. You're the one asking me about it. The Flippin' Gambler super chatted 20 American dollars. Thank you, the Flippin'. The Flippin' says, do you mind the lurkers? I mean, I appreciate that they're here. I don't dislike them. Thank you for your super chat, Flippin'. That's like your third one this stream, I think. You've really super chatted a lot. The Potter says W. Yeah, W. Flippin' just saved the stream. I was about to end, but now you super chatted. Let me extend the timer. Time extended. Wow, we're at 22 minutes now. And by the way, sometimes I forget that there are lurkers. I kind of forget that exists, you know? Thank you again for your super chat, Gambler. And, oh my god. Joseph Barreras super chatted 20 American dollars. Thank you, Joseph. Joseph says, I've been lurking too because I'm going back to sleep, but I wanted to say hi to TT and Callie and Brad. Not me. I'm just kidding. Thank you, Joseph, for your super chat. You've been lurking as well. Yeah, you have been. I haven't seen one message of yours. You've really been lurking. And I hope you have a good sleep. I hope you sleep well. I hope you are not experiencing what Callie is experiencing. Callie is sick from what I've heard. I hope you can sleep just fine. Let me extend the timer. Time extended. That was awesome. We got 2 big super chats back to back. It was at 3 minutes, now it's at 41. Thank you guys both for saving the stream. Thank you. Joseph and Flippin'. George says, Dawn, I want Geometry Dash Fool. I'm not streaming that. Joanna says, ooh, ah, ooh, ah. Monkey? Okay. Z-Play says, bro, he is not fucking gay. What the actual fuck? Okay. Michael says, gay Muslim here. Okay. Def says, have you jerked off? Maybe. The Potter says, OMG, Joseph is here. Yeah, that went on my brain when I saw that because he hasn't said a word until that super chat. 23 says, how was your church on Sunday? I don't go to church. Jack says, if you read my comment, you are gay. Your comment doesn't hold that power. Brad says, W the Flippin' Gambler and Joseph. What's up, Joseph? Hope you're doing well, brother. Okay. George says, Donnie, I'm suspicious that you read good, but don't understand anything. For the most part, I comprehend what you guys are saying. Steak says, Team Epstein here. I'm anti-Epstein personally. The Potter says, W Joe. Okay. Tovin says, what if people keep super chatting until your timer hits like 3 weeks? What then? Well, before the timer gets too high, before I stream too long, I say this. Super chats no longer extend the timer. I'm making an announcement like that. Simple as that. That I just lock the timer. But for now, at the current moment, super chats do extend the timer. That was just a phony announcement there. Steak says, I found you showering. I hope not. Jack says, do you believe in God? I am not religious. Keisha says, I was here before. I remember that. Jax, I already read that. Innie says, what part of your heart feels unfinished? That's a very intense question. I don't know if I even want to answer that in public. Joseph says, eyes emoji. Okay. Teacher says, your opinion on the flying spaghetti monster. He did boil us to live. He's fake, but funny. The M says, I shat myself, did you? I did not. SF says, show us all 10 fingers or all 9 tootsies to prove you're not AI generated. I don't care to prove myself in that way. Believe I'm AI. It's okay. TT says, Joseph Mod Don. I forgot to do that. I apologize. Tis says, the Don does not shit himself. That's absolutely correct. The Potter, no, not the Potter, excuse me. Joseph, I'll make you a mod right now. I apologize for not making you a mod earlier. 1 second. Jack says, Davey, how you doing? I'm doing good. My name's Don, not Davey, though. Icon says hi. Hello, Icon. The Potter says, make me mod. You are already a mod. Green says, do you believe in Jesus? I don't know. Skiver says, still alive? Damn, I am. Gone says, I did make that sound. Cold Slayer says, do you like Pepsi? I do. William says, oh no, my chat is missing. Okay. Grace says, you look like Chang Bin. Okay. Yusuf says, I think I'm the only one noticing the change. In what? The lighting? Dexo says, Ted Kaczynski was right. He was right about the Industrial Revolution. Okay. Gubby says, is damn a curse word in your opinion? I think it is. Emmy says, are you depressed? I'm not. By the way, I want to make you a mod, Joseph, if you're here, but I can't. Unless you type a message right now. Unless you stop lurking. Crash says, what religion are you? I am not religious. Tovin says, I am dumb. Sorry to hear that. Joseph says, hello. There you are, Joseph. I can make you a mod now. Joseph, you are now a mod. Thank you again for your super chat, Joseph. Thank you, Dutch. William says hello. Hi. Notification says, can anyone see my comments? I can. Innie says, who are you when no one is expecting anything from you? Probably a worse person, unfortunately. Callie says, W mods. Yes. Saibon says meow, gop, gop, gop. Okay. I says how much for your spine? Not for sale. Christ says, please put a smile on your face, bro. I mean, I'm waiting for it to come naturally. Jack says, you haven't read any of my comments for days. I do not feel the love. Haha. Sorry. Sekiro says, again, where is any getting all of these? I'm pretty sure it's from their brain, surprisingly. Joseph says, surely not a worse person, Don. I hope I'm not a worse person. George says, can you make me a mod for 10 million? Yes. Axe says, W for being real. Thank you. Bay says, I don't have a brain. Okay. Edmund says, where you from? I'm from Singapore. I live in America. Notification says, Don, I made fan art. That's cool. Make sure to tag me in your YouTube post so I can see it. The Potter says, at any, your comments are interesting. Yeah, they are. Joshua says, we just met the most chill guy in the planet. You just met him? I'm the guy that you met? Cool. Dua says, what will happen when the timer ends? Read the pinned comment. Jamie says, hi. Love from Carol. Hi, Jamie. Just says, bro, I left like 4 hours ago and he's still at it. I am. Jeannie says, read something positive. Okay, let me see if I can find something positive. I don't see anything positive. Well, Any says thank you. I guess that's positive. And yeah, Any, you do have good questions. Joseph says, I was trying to wait for the last minute to dono, but the flippin' beat me to it. Oh, that would have been cool. I mean, both cool and uncomfortable, because it is kind of uncomfortable for the stream to get that close to ending, but that would have been, you know, thrilling to finally get a donation at the very end. Raven says, can I be mod, please? Sorry, no. The Potter says, any Hot Wheel collectors here? Not me. Sarah says, uwu. Okay. Manny says, you have a very deep voice. It's not too deep. Willow says, can I have 10 minutes mod, please? Not even for 10 minutes. Emmy says, me. Okay. Notification says, hi, Don. You tagged you, but you can look at it later. Thank you. Sheeny says, how do you decompress? I doom scroll. Annie says, do you think your existence was inevitable or improbable? Improbable. I don't know says, hello, Don. Hello, I don't know. Gon says, Lord of the Rings is better than Harry Potter. I agree. Paige says, do you like any TV shows? I recently watched The Walking Dead and I enjoyed that. Jack says 1 + 1 = 11. In a way. Saibon says smile. No. Emmy says, are you nonchalant? I don't know. ABC says, purpose of this? There's no great or meaningful purpose to this stream. It's kind of just, you know, entertainment slop like most social media stuff. The Potter says, at Gon. I also agree on that despite a Potterheads. Okay. Katie says, do you have a crush on me? I don't. Pippi says, are you good? That gonna be a ton of screen time? Are you talking about how long I've been streaming? You didn't type that well. I mean, people have desk jobs, so I should be fine. 6 says, what I have to do to become a mod? You have to give me money. Callie says, W, new subscribers. Yeah. Dexo says, why do toes feel so weird? I don't know. Zero Cheese says, do you mind me calling you Donnie? I do a little bit. Joshua says, what is your favorite sports? To be honest, I'm not too interested in sports. I don't know says, what do you think about the development of AGI, Artificial General Intelligence? I don't know what that is. I know what AI is, but how does AGI differ from AI? Pippi says, don't let these psychos destroy your brain though. They don't. Taff says, what's your favorite thing to do in your free time? I like to video edit. Jack says, do you know how to spell Chargo Gaman? Obviously not. Why would I memorize that? 6 says, to give you money? This mod peoples have a brain? I mean, that's the way it is. William says, Chargar Imma Bimbe. Jis, okay. Joseph says, I'm back. Hello, Joseph. Me says, get a load of this guy. Okay. Willow says, hi. Hello, Willow. Ahmed says, happy Ramadan. Thank you. I'm not Muslim though. Erica says, do you play Roblox? I don't. George says, hi. Hello, George. Annie says, if you are a brief flicker in cosmic time, what makes your flicker unique? I mean, I guess this stream is maybe a thing that makes me unique. I mean, definitely my genetics. Joseph says we are back. Okay. Joshua says, how much money do you make in one live stream? It varies. Shagod says, heck yeah, you're still going? What's the total length so far? 3 hours, 52 minutes. Angel says, hi. I'm a new subscriber. How are you today? I am good, thank you. The Potter says, message deleted by SalC1. SalC1's not a mod. Mike says, do you brush your teeth because they're yellow? Well, nowadays I do brush my teeth. William says, Dree tours the Potter. Okay. Gian says, hey, remember me? I do. Your local says, hi Don, I'm a new subscriber. Okay. I don't know says, AGI is basically a better version of AI, but it can self-learn and adapt to situations it wasn't specifically programmed to. Do you think this would benefit us or affect us? I mean, both. I'll say this, AGI is definitely inevitable. It's coming whether we like it or not. Joseph says, SalC1 is not a mod yet. Yeah. I mean, Willow says, how old are you and no declining? What do you mean no declining? Gian says, what do you think of neural networks? I mean, aren't those my brain? I appreciate them because I imagine that they help me think. Crystal says, why you delete your streams? Why do I hide them? So I don't flood people's subscription boxes with my dozens of streams. The Random says, what are why doing? Type better, man. Anyways though, I'm streaming obviously. Reading your chat messages. Is it not self-evident? Classic says, what is your opinion on Genshin Impact? I don't like anime too much, so. And I'm repulsed by the game because I know a lot of pedophiles and lolly lovers are on that game. The Decimal says, do you remember who I am, Don Benitez? I don't. Sick says, do you like books, astrology? I am not a fan of astrology, but I may get into it. Crystal says, do you think Muhammad was the first pedo? I don't know. Janet says, are you lesbian? I am not lesbian. H2 says, hi, remember me? I don't. Gian says, who's better at manufacturing jets, America or Russia? I don't know, man. My guess is America. Callie says meds kicking in. I'm guessing that means you feel better. That's nice. Gon says maybe Sal C1 watches your streams. No. Zero Cheese says, did the idea to stream and talk to random people like this come to you in a dream? It did not. Dexo says French will be a dead language. Okay. The Potter says French is not a gay language. Okay. Fredge says, what for $10? I stream for 10 minutes longer and you get mod. Scythe says, doctor gotta be daddy, MFP gotta be a parent gotta. What are you saying? I don't know says, at Crystal, do you know what you just said? Also, Ramadan is today. You're putting so much disrespect to the Muslims. Okay, by the way, I don't disrespect Muslims. Ella says, was this your dream to have nice views and support? I mean, I guess it was a want of mine. Jack says, when's your favorite time of year? I like spring. Lots of blooming. DMV says, Don, do you defecate more or less than 3 times a week? If more, how do you regulate your gut health and continue routine defecation? No comment. Sekiro says, is it not common knowledge what type of person Muhammad was? I mean, I heard a little about the pedo stuff. He married Aisha when she was 6. I don't know if that's true though. II says, if you donate $50, you get a personalized video of Don. Okay. That's not true, by the way. The Potter says French flag emoji, broken heart emoji. Okay. Terry says, oh my word. Do you hear how stupid your questions are in this chat? I do, but you say stupid as if, I should dislike it. I'm okay with stupid questions. Janet says Donna's based. No, I'm woke. Hulk says, my uncle broke his neck tap dancing. Okay. I mean, I'm sorry to hear that. I just was thinking about something else, so I kind of giggled, but that's bad. I'm sorry. Sekiro says, half of these aren't even questions. That's right, they're statements. William says, 20 minutes until ends. That's correct. The Potter says, bye, got to go. See ya, Don and others. Bye, the Potter. Bye, Harry Potter and Madagascar 3 lover. Zephyr says, what year do you miss? 2020. Joshua says, if death makes you a choice to save, I'm lost. Archie says, hello. Hello, Archie. Tyrell says, do you game? Not really. Blueberry says, what you think of India? I've unfortunately heard that it was a dirty place, lots of pollution, but that's what I've heard. I'm sure there's lots of great things there. Gon says ancient French society was accepting of gays. Okay. Callie says peace emoji. Yeah, bye the Potter. Innie says, if you are temporary, what feels timeless about you? I mean, as I said earlier, everyone has unique genetics, but on like a personality way of thinking of it, I don't know. Crystal says, what do you think about Pakistan other than sponsored terrorism? As I said earlier, I heard Pakistan was a better place to visit than India. Charlie says, Dawn, go to sleep. I'm not sleepy though. Gon says, blue waffles are delicious, Frank. Okay. Fred says, what? For $100. You make me really happy. And I extend the stream. Dexo says, Franconians were stout Christians though. Even the Romans didn't like boys anymore. I don't know if ancient France accepted gays. I hope so. Dexter says, what do you think the strongest bone in your body? My guess is the femur. Joseph Barrera says, soda or water today? I have fruit juice. Leb says, what is your opinion on object shows? Battle for Dream Island? I have no idea what that is. Is that some dumb Roblox thing? Team says, what's your favorite place in New York? I mean, Central Park is pretty cool. This place of nature surrounded by huge man-made, structures. Brad says, do what you can with what you have where you are. That's one of my favorite quotes. Do you have a favorite quote? I like a penny saved is a penny earned. DMV says, who is your favorite live streamer other than yourself? I've been watching Ice Cream Man 22, sometimes Asmongold. I was watching Ian on YouTube. I don't have the favorite streamer though, just various people. Dexter says, what's your opinion on Trump? I don't talk politics. Joshua says, what's your favorite country? America. Dexter says, what's your opinion on ICE? As I said earlier, I don't talk about politics. Gon says, lol, Ian on YouTube lives in my town, literally. Well, he moved. He now is in Arkansas. So I'm not so sure about that comment. DMV says, bro, Asmongold is the most base streamer. How do you watch him without getting upset? I don't know if he's based. He's not too far right. I don't know what you're talking about. He's only like a little right. Bentley says, what's the cringe memory that pops in your head when you can't sleep? I don't want to say. Gon says, wow, he moved? Yeah, Arkansas. I don't know says, all I'm gonna say is that y'all need to do some research before making these comments. Okay. Ripo says, are you gay? I am not. Hulk says, Asmongold looks like the weak version of All Might. I don't know who that is, but he is pretty weak looking. No offense, obviously. Joshua says, do you like furry? I'm indifferent to furries. Gon says, he used to live in Palm Springs, that's correct, and used to work in 7-Eleven. Gooby says, what is your opinion on religious beliefs, like Christianity? I don't think they're real, but it's kind of nice to imagine if it was real. But Notification says, rules for this channel probably. Do not beg for mod. You can only get mod, but donated $10 or more. I am not going to make those rules. I like people being able to say whatever they want. Moon says, do you know what a Therian is? It's kind of like a furry from what I've heard. Moon said, already read that. Stranger says, hi. Hello, stranger. Li says, do you like soup? I do. SML says, favorite foods. I'll say this. I've been eating pastrami sandwiches recently, and I've enjoyed that. Joseph says, I like, no amount of worrying ever brought back a second of time. That's a solid quote. I haven't heard of that one. That's a nice quote. DMV says, who do you think would win a fight to the death? Moist Critical or Asmongold? I mean, isn't Moist Critical like a dwarf? Like 5'5" or something? Asmongold is above 6 foot, so Asmongold would. I don't know. Asmongold is. Yeah, I guess Asmongold. And he says, after last time you rated Ice Cream Man, now YouTube is always recommending it to me. Okay. Zeka says Asmongold would beat his ass. Okay. Ron says, why it feels great when you react to comments. Because humans are social creatures. Cher says, I pray those reading this know Jesus and you invite him into your heart and turn from sin. Thank you. Dragos says hi. Hello, Dragos. Soy Sauce says, Charlie would destroy Asmon. What the fuck you mean? I mean, maybe. Isn't Charlie someone that works out? I mean, maybe because of that. Janet says, if you're 1 inch inside your mom and your dad was 1 inch inside of you, I'll cross that bridge if and when I get there. And I'm not gonna get there. The Potter says, I just came back to remind to stay hydrated. Thank you, the Potter. Kay says, do you like Poppy Playtime? I don't. Zucca says, poop, scoop, loop, droop, poop. Okay. Drago says, how do I send super chat? I have no money. You can't then. Zero Cheese says, do you have a steel water bottle? I don't. I used to though. Joshua says 11 minutes. That's right. That's right. 6 says, one day I'm gonna meet you and say thank you for lost your 1 minute reading my messages. Huh. William says 1p minutes. 11 minutes. Not 1p. Dexo says that's rice. Okay. Ved says, can you call girlfriend and kiss her? I'm not doing that. Young says, I'll donate and keep this forever. I don't believe that. You haven't donated once. Notification says, what is the maximum minutes or hours for the timer? Well, I plan on streaming for like 5 hours in total. Kay says, do you like Fortnite? I do. Gon says, I've met Ian in my town's grocery store. Wow, that's cool, I guess. That's cool. Star says, my ninja is ignoring me so hard right now. What did I do to you, brah? I'm not ignoring you. Stop being an idiot. It's obviously because there's like, 5 messages per second. BNK says, when will you come to Tunisia? Probably never. Drago says 10 minutes. That's right, 10 minutes. Webslinger says, have you ever played Five Nights at Freddy's? I have not. Gian says, whatever that is. Joshua says, I have 200 money in my bank account, but my mom will whoop me. I sent it to you. You didn't send me anything. Sekiro says, whoa, Don, the hostility from you. Yeah, I was pretty sassy there for some reason. Star says, bro, everyone is repeating their messages. To be honest, they're stupid as fuck. Okay. I says, at Star, Don hates your kind. Okay. Naz says, monkey emoji. Okay. Joshua says 8 minutes. Well, 9 minutes. BNK says, are you playing Smash Cards? I don't know what that is. Ved says, you look good. I wish I looked like you. Okay. Thank you. Says, how many kids are in your basement? 0. GS says, hi. Hello, GS. The Potter says, at Gone. Ancient France, for most of its history, did not formally accept homosexuality. Okay, that's what I thought. Like, in general, ancient times didn't accept that. William says, stop saying fucking Joshua. Why? Clipped says fucking. Okay. Crazy says lock emoji ... Okay. Drago says whatever that is. Is that a snow globe? What is that called? Where Inuits live? I don't know. It might be a snow globe. I don't know says, if you had to pick who to save from a fire, who would you save, your mom or your dad? I don't want to choose, man. 6 says sushi emoji, but in text for some reason. Joseph says igloo. That's what I was thinking of. BN says, how much languages can you speak? I can speak 1. Kind of. I try to speak English. Innie says, if you could live in one dream forever, would you? No. Steven says, can you give me a shout out? No. Brad says, do you think Nancy is still alive? I mean, unfortunately, I don't think so, but, you know, hopefully I'm completely wrong. Rye says, do you like my frogs? They're pretty cool. It's interesting how it's not colored and it's text and it's like black and white instead. Gon says it's a rice ball, not an igloo. Okay. William says it almost ended. Yeah, and it's about to almost end right now. The Distractionator says, can you say Flakana blah blah blah? I can say, though, the Distractionator. That's a cool name. The Distractionator. Zucka says, who is Nancy? It's a missing person in America that's getting lots of news time. Steven says, I'm only 4 years old. You should get off of this stream then. Firewall says, can you say you hate ice? I don't talk about politics. William says, missing person. Yeah, it's a missing person. What do you mean, laughing out loud? Is it not a missing person? William says, I'm sorry, Joshua. I'm a motherfucker. Okay. Yaba says, oil up. No. I don't know says, do you believe that pineapple belongs on pizza? Yeah. Mr. says, did you ever prolong the life without payment? I have done that before. When I go use the restroom, or, you know, go away for a second, I extend the timer a little bit. Insufficient says, hi, I'm back and I stole Diddy's baby oil. Okay. I mean, you could have just went to the store, but BNK says, will you watch the FIFA World Cup this summer? Um, I'm not. William says, OMG, that's channel stole my name. William is not exclusive to you. Budzo says, do you ever dream of streaming because of how long you stream? I have very recently, like my last stream. I dreamed I was playing a video game and streaming, which is weird because I never stream myself playing video games. Joseph says, you never extended the timer after you killed that bug. Well, I apologize. I guess you're right. The Flippin' Gambler super chatted 20 American dollars. Thank you, the Flippin' Gambler. You've super chatted a lot. So I'm just kind of blown away. Anyways, the Flippin' Gambler says, did you watch or play Fallout? I have not watched the show. I've seen clips of it though. That girl with the big eyes. Well, actually, I have played Fallout 76. I remember making my character, but I only played it for like half an hour though, so is that really... I never seriously, like, played it. Yeah. But I have seen gameplay from like Fallout 1 and Fallout 2, where it's like an isometric view. I thought those games look interesting. The first one, or maybe I'm thinking of the second one, the one from like the 1990s, I remember seeing gameplay of it and I thought it looked cool. Yeah, thank you for your super chat, Gambler. You've super chatted a ton. Let me extend the timer. 22 minutes. Thank you for saving the stream. Gian says, had sex with a German girl and asked her to rate my performance. She kept screaming 9. Okay. Void says, you play RPG games? I don't. The Potter says, eye emoji, triangle emoji, eye emoji, okay. Lost says, damn, you still here, bro? I am. Dexo says, ancient times ended 475 with the end of the Western Roman Empire. Okay. That was like the bookend of the ancient times. I says, you should call the Flippin' Gambler daddy from now on. No, but you can though. Lost says, good for you. Saw a double rainbow. I wished for a job. I hope you get it. Notification says, if you would pick one of these 5 foods, what would it be? Pepperoni pizza, cheesy 6 mac and cheese, chicken. I would choose, at this current moment, mac and cheese. The Potter says, by the way, you look like Judah from Shiloh and Bros. I don't know what that is. Secret says, yo, help me, Mr. Yellow Teeth. Help you with what? Joshua says, if you have 1 billion money, what would you do to the money? I would donate some to charity for sure. That one animator says, did he know there's birds that drink blood? I did not. Are they cannibal birds? Is that what you're saying? Annie says, if no one could ever judge you, what would you admit you want? But people do judge me though, so I don't know if I can answer that question. Ved says, guess my profile picture by looking at it. It looks like Will when he was talking about being gay from Stranger Things. The Potter says, he brushes them, but they remain yellow. That's true. Sag says, do you have any embarrassing moments from your life? Everyone does. I've given some bad public speeches. Zucka says, green laughing emoji. Okay. Jonelle says, creepy ass kid, for real, for real. You've typed that same comment like multiple times in different streams. I appreciate the dedication, even though it's like an insult. Seven Never says, everything I suggest is just fucking stupid, so I cry. Okay. Dexo says, teeth are naturally yellow. White teeth are a marketing lie. Maybe. Drago says, chicken leg emoji. Okay. NW says, the human rectum is nightmarishly elastic. Okay. Gian says, gay or European? I'm American and straight. Kenzie says, how old were you when you started YouTube? 11. Li says, what you do when the stream ends? A variety of stuff. I'm not gonna say what though. I don't know says, Don, did you hear about the planet that has rings which are about 200 times larger than Saturn's? I did not. Joseph says, do you believe Pluto is actually a planet or not? I mean, mainstream science says it's not, so I agree with them. It's not. Chi-Chi says, are you alone in this room? I am. Gon says, so Donna's 21 now. Maybe. Webslinger says, a bunch of emojis. Okay. Insufficient says, Call of Diddy, Backshot 6. Okay. Any says, what do you crave that has nothing to do with achievement? I mean, I would love to, there's a game called LCD Dream Emulator where all you do is walk around. It's a video game. There's no objective. You just walk around. It's pretty fun despite it being like you do nothing. Sagar says, how long did you start the stream? It's been 4 hours. Adeline says, what time is it for you? It's the morning. Sri says, so why do you hate Dexter? I just didn't like the story or the characters that much. Gon says, I like when Don goes. Okay. Chill says, don't think we forgot about your keyboard shoe, the sticky Gatorade on your okay. Boston says, bye Don, thank you. See ya, Boston. Sub says, yo, what's up, Don? I was your classmate. Okay. BG says, can I show you my dick? No, you cannot. Annie says, you can walk in real life as well. Yeah. That's right. I have that same mentality for real life as well, but I decided to mention that video game for some reason. Joseph says, I always prefer it spelled choo-choo. Okay. Dexo says, Dexter Season 7 is crazy. His sister falls in love with him. I think that's pretty cool. I mean, not that I like incest, but that's an interesting, unusual, story bit. Chill says, would you be Spider-Man including all the stuff pretty much every Spider-Man went through? No, I don't want my family to die. Sri says, nah, that's just part of the lore. You gotta enjoy the ride, you know? Okay. BG says, you will never walk alone, okay? Gian says, I just found out dolphin penises are tensile and flexible. Okay. I don't know says, I thought girls like flowers, so I found one and poured flour on her head. Now she's threatened to call the cops. Not that kind of flower. DL says, do you play Minecraft? I do. Sometimes. Haith says, hi. Hello, Haith. Gon says, war never changes, but men do though. The roads they walk. You okay? Slash says, did you know it's Ramadan today? I did. Beetroot says, hey cutie patootie, get yourself some blue light glasses. I might look into that. Brad says, what was your first game console? I mean, my first game console was it might have been the PS3. Daniela says, you are very cute. Thank you. Joseph says, his sister. Sweet Home, Alabama. Okay. Obviously says, stop ignoring me. You're ignoring me for 2 days now. Type more messages. Annie says, what part of you still feels like it's waiting to begin? I don't know. James says, when did you first watch Peppa Pig? I never got into Peppa Pig. Sub says, eat 19 eggs. I mean, in the next year, I'll do that. Obviously says, do you remember the bug from yesterday? I do. Prof says, please say happy birthday to Pid. No, sorry. Daniel says, I saw my brother having sex with my sister. Sorry. Miro says, literally entertaining kids. Okay. Erica says, what line games do you play? Line games? I don't know what line games is. Daniel says, wow, this guy still going? What a don. Thank you. Unknown says, hi. Hello, unknown. James says, who is your gayest friend? I don't have one as far as I know. Chill says, fun fact. Did you know dolphins rape other sea creatures, but sharks are loners? I did not know that. That's pretty disturbing. And I apologize for the vulgarity. Obviously says 12 minutes left for the stream to end. That's right. Courtney says, what is a kidnapper's favorite shoes? I don't know. Ray says, morning Don, how are you? I'm good, excellent. DB says, no gay friend, you're gayist. I am not homophobic. GT says, your content's really underrated. I don't just make videos. I support creators. What? Brad says, what was your favorite show on Nickelodeon? I really enjoyed Avatar as a kid. I don't know if that's on Nickelodeon. Utah says, will you sleep for like 11 hours after this stream? No. Mun says, I eat 60 eggs every day. That's too much. Don't do that. That's too much cholesterol. Gon says, remember you find the rainbow only after rain. That's right. Kleppa says, I had a great day today. My 47-year-old coworker kissed me on the lips without consent and slapped my ass on the way out. I felt like a good boy. I'm 19, by the way. I'm guessing you're being sarcastic. Sorry to hear that. Prof says, I vape while having sex. I love it. Okay. I don't know says, what motivates you to every day to just wake up and stream? A quote or someone perhaps? I mean, I'll say this. When I stream, I get really in the flow and in the zone. You know, kind of like I'm just focused and I like that feeling. And when I stop streaming, I still have that energy of being in the flow. So iSlayer says, what video game is your favorite? Red Dead 1. Sek says, have they used money to entrap you into a YouTube streaming prison? That's definitely a factor as to why I stream so much. Brad says, that person sent a positive message giving support, and you couldn't even bother reading the whole message. I mean, the purpose of this stream is to entertain people by reading people's interesting chat messages. Reading a long-winded, kind of rambly, positive message, even though it's positive, is not, I think, an entertaining or good thing, though I appreciate them for saying that. Unglued says, this kid sucks. Imagine hanging out with him. Okay. Gion says, do you miss the old internet? No. HRK says, read me. There you go. Chill says, fun fact. Did you know female spiders eat the males after sex? Yes. Insufficient says, Diddy prefers butt sex. Okay. Alfie says, it's my birthday today. Happy birthday, Alfie. Annie says, what kind of love would actually challenge you? A bubbly, cheerful love, opposite of monotone. Joseph says Don is a savage. Okay. Sri says, wait, you actually said happy birthday? Holy shit. I did. I might be changing my ways. I don't know says, lots of comments to do with intercourse. Do you have any feelings of concern or worry? No, every now and then that topic trends. I don't mind too much. Cold says, I bet it's 8:33 over there. Maybe. Joanna says, do you like Team Fortress 2? I haven't played it. Gon says, it's your road, Don, and you'll walk it alone. Is that a Green Day reference? Sekiro says, Gary Dudley. Excuse me 1 second. I don't know who that is. That one animator says, chickens are omnivores, so that means they will eat their own kind and eggs. Wow. That makes me feel less bad for eating eggs. Noble says, good morning, Agent Para. No, just call me Don, not Para. Klippa says, are you going to play Resident Evil Rectum when it comes out? There's no such thing. Jolina says, it's 9:34 a.m. in the Midwest. Happy hump day. Thank you. Clash says, remember earlier today when I asked for a shout out? No. Annie says, what is one truth you know but don't live by yet? I probably could be more loving. Cold Slayer says, people say they went in head first. Do you come out head first? I don't know. The Little says, do you know today is Ramadan? Yes. 1 million people have told me in this live stream. Danielle says, what happened to the bug from yesterday? I killed it. Vader says, what's the timer for? You can read about it in the pinned comment. Captured says, will donations increase time now? Yes. Cold Slayer says it's Ramadan. I mean, you misspelled it. Stixo says illegal bugs. Okay. Sekiro says he killed it mercilessly. Yes. Zucca says Ramadan isn't a day, it lasts a month, and it started yesterday. Okay, I get it. Does Ramadan always start February 17th? Can someone tell me? Lala says, do you like sushi? I don't. Klippa says, I meant Resident Evil Requiem. Are you going to play it? Heh. I am not. Abel says, I'm a pineapple. Okay. Princess says, what's your favorite anime? Spirited Away. Haya says, no. It depends on the Muslim calendar. Okay, I get it now. It varies year to year. Klippa says, I already read that. I don't know says, Ramadan moves back every year depending on the Islamic calendar. I see. That's interesting. So, Ramadan is just a time where you fast, right? That's all it is. Spunky says, hey Don. Hello, Spunky. NH says, skibbity. Okay. Ray says, on a scale of 1 to America, how free are you tonight? America. Coldslayer says, where's the best burger place, or do you prefer grilling your own? I like In-N-Out. Sek says, Ramadan is for prayer too. Muslims pray more during Ramadan? Is that what you're saying? Obviously says, what thing you love but hate, that it's lasting for a short time, aka ephemeral. That you love but hate? I don't know. I don't know. Chase says, if you could share one person in your life, who would it be and why? I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know. Says, a time where you do more good deeds. You fast, you pray, you read Quran, and donations too. That's interesting. So Ramadan is being a Muslim, but like upgraded during that time. It's just a more intense time of being a Muslim. Okay. Coldslayer says, I love money, but I hate it last for a short time. Okay. Rolf says, have you played Mugenics? I have not. Isn't Christian Weston Chandler in that game? Insufficient says, guys, revive the stream. Yeah, I'll be ending it in a minute unless someone super chats. NS says, game over. It might be. NE says, if you removed the version of you that performs, adapts, survives, and presses, who remains? No one. Just air. Ohio says, super chat someone. Okay. Sekiro says, oh, I wasn't even paying attention to the time. Me neither. I didn't really notice it until a little bit ago. Dexo says, how long is 1 minute? It's 60 seconds. I don't know says, if there was a time you could travel to in the future or past, how many years forward or back would you go? I think I would remain in the 1900s because, 1800s and farther back can get dangerous. And by the way, Dason says game over. Yeah, it might be. 28 seconds. I'm gonna end the stream when the timer ends, unless someone super chats. It may finally be coming to an end. Luke says, are you a dad? I am not a dad. Brad says, I feel comfortable with the stream ending now. Have a good day, Donald in chat. Yeah, I've been on for quite a while. I guess it's time. Joseph Barreras says, I'm trying to get your heart thumping. I mean, thank you. I mean, did you send it in time? I'll say that you sent it in time. I'll say that. But I could make an argument that you were too late, but you made it in time. Thank you so much, Joseph Barreras. I'm trying to get your heart thumping. It kind of was. Not literally, but I was like, is someone gonna donate? Is this it? Like Brad Piff says, I'm comfortable with the stream ending now. Like, I was genuinely accepting it. But I guess I have to stream longer. Thank you, Joseph. And Bones Jones super chatted 20 American dollars. You guys are we're just waiting for the end, huh? Bones, though, I think you were really late, Bones. Thank you, Bones Jones, for your super chat, and I hope your workday is going well. Thank you a lot, Bones. Luke says, are you gay? I'm not gay. Bones says, it was sent in time. Sent it with 20 seconds left. Takes a minute to go through, haha. Oh, I get it now. I get it. I did not know it took that long. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's cool that you were waiting for the last second. Let me fix the timer. The timer is out of whack right now. 1 second. I'm fixing the timer. We are at 29 minutes. 1 second. I'm fixing it. There we go. Islayer says, bro, ain't sleeping today. Not yet. Klippa says, if you had to suck on a woman, T.O. What are you saying? Caden says, what games do you play? I play Minecraft sometimes. Joseph says, I sent mine with 10 seconds left and it went through right at 0 seconds. Yeah, like it was right at 0 seconds. You know, if I wanted to, I could just end the stream and run. Because, you know, you guys are both too late, if I'm going to be completely honest. But I'll let it slide. And I mean, I should let it slide. You guys give me money. Thank you guys so much. Sex says, take notes, people. Send the super chat with 12 seconds left. Yeah, maybe in the future I may be more of a stickler. Bone says, I'm never late. I mean, you were both not late and late. It was YouTube's fault. Jake says hi. Hello, Jakes. GWS says, if you had to choose your dad or your mom or your dad, I don't want to choose. Klippa says, if you had to suck on woman toe, what your toe to suck on? I don't want to choose that either. Brad says, Joseph actually made it in time. It was like 0.3 seconds left. I saw it. Okay. So even if I was a stickler, the stream would still be going. Interesting. Nice. ZK says, what's the time for? It's when I end the stream. Zucka says, it wasn't late. There was time left. Check the VOD. Okay. It sounds like Joseph made it. Even if you were like a second late, though, I would have let it slide. Joseph says, thanks, Brad. Okay. Definitely says, remove your headphones and check if you have a headset dent. I don't feel like it. Lightbee says, bro, I'm floating. Make me a mod. You are flying, but I'm not gonna make you a mod. Sanan says, my dad ran away when I was young, and my brother shot my mother. I'm very sorry to hear that. Caden says, can I get money? You cannot. Lala says, me likes McDonald's. Me too. Chase says, like, if you had one person in your life that made you the best person today, right now, like a family member or friend, I mean, I don't know. Probably an immediate family member. Definitely one of my multiple immediate family members. Gon says, you made more this stream than I make in a month. You're unemployed? Klippa says, unbutton your shirt now, I'm almost finished. I'm sure you can do without me doing that. I don't know says hi. Hello, I don't know. Guy says, McDonald's beef is not real. We don't have enough cows for how many patties they sell in a day. That's pretty freaky. Notification says, do you like my fan art? I'm looking at your profile picture and it's me. That's pretty cool. I'm kind of worried though if it's made with AI. Chaos says, you sound traumatized from these comments. I'm not traumatized. Manda says, stop reading Klippa's comments, he's a creep. I'm okay with creeps. Like, I don't want to promote them, like, but, you know, I'll acknowledge them. Cold Slayer says, maybe all beef is not real if you think of it. Huh, okay. AI says, are you a femboy? I don't consider myself that. Joseph says, he only gets traumatized by big dick comments. Kind of, yeah. It's interesting. Big dick, he sends super chats, which makes my face glow, and sometimes racial slurs, which make me frown. Call says, who knows Amir, the Uber Eats driver? I don't. Frame says, wow, wow, wow. Okay. Gon says, nah, you're nuts, Gonza. Okay. 1 second, I'm making a note of something on my computer. 1 second, please. Okay, I'm done. Clash says, shout out to who? Tyler says, there is a hole in my peanut butter. Okay. Cold Slayer says, Dawn is a straight male. That's correct. Sek says, someone is getting put on the list. No. GWS says, here is a riddle. What is tall when young and small when old? I don't know. Caterpillar, maybe? Joel says, block, drag for emoji spam. It's fine, I don't mind spam too much. And he says, if your personality were a snack, what would it be? I mean, I'm a pretty monotone dude, so not something rainbow, not nerds. I don't know. Something that's all one color. Maybe circus peanuts, because it's all, I don't know. Gon says, don't answer that riddle, it's gross. Okay. AI says, are you from Thailand? I'm not. Sekiro says, if you were so accepting of ending your stream and someone sent $2, would you be slightly disappointed? Slightly, but the joy of getting a super chat would outweigh the disappointment, though. GWS says, the sever is not gross, it's a candle. It's a candle? Oh yeah, that makes sense. Annie says, if your brain had a mascot, what would it look like? I don't know. Ron says, do you play any sports? I don't. IM says, what's your favorite games to play? Well, a game I've spent a lot of time on is GTA 5. Brad says, have you heard that they're supposedly mixing human meat in beef these days? I've not heard that. I mean, if they're doing that, that's gotta be very illegal. Huh. Cold Slayer says, did you hydrate any time during stream? I did not. I'll do that now. Dexo says, can someone carry me in CS2? Can anyone carry him in CSGO 2? I can't. I don't play that game. Anyone? Anyone? Joseph says, brain mascot equals brain. Yeah. Spunky says, Ramadan is for mind control. Okay. Drago says, make me mod. No. No. Shoss says, Marvel or DC? Marvel. Sek says, Rama, don't. Okay. C4 says, if you worked at a restaurant, where at? Not McDonald's, not... I would want to work at a mom and pop place. Cold says, I noticed your mouth was foaming, so I asked if you hydrated. Thank you. Sekiro says, Ramadan. Oh, I see what you're doing now. Ram a Don in a sexual way. I don't like that. James says, do you know anything about RuneScape? I know it's like an RPG, I think it's called. Nope. Kind of like World of Warcraft. Lost says, Don is the manager for Burger King. Maybe. Chaos says, what do you call a spicy bee? Wasabi. Haha. That's nice. Shagod says, I think Brad is bullshitting us. Okay. I don't know what Brad said that you say that, but Brad says, at Shagod's, I'm not BSing. You can look it up yourself. Think about it. How can they keep up with the amount of burgers being sold daily? Are there really that many cows? I feel like you gotta have a better evidence than, are there really that many cows? Like, is there more proof of them putting humans in beef? I feel like the last question you asked is not like proof that there's human meat. Like, what if it's... yeah. Klippa says a bunch of stupid emojis. Okay. Mila says, would you rather be gay, femboy, or furry? Well, not gay, I'll say. Well, I don't want to answer that. By the way, no offense to any of those groups. Gon says, you love soda just like Asmin. Yeah, I can't hear soda though. Bone says, there are plenty of companies 3D printing meat from the animal cells using humans. Stretch. Using humans? Okay, well, that doesn't sound like 100% human meat. It sounds like in between, like at least it's not 100% cannibalism. Zucka says, I hear soda, it's in the walls. Okay. I don't know says, which influencer or streamer or celebrity do you think had the biggest fall off? Christian Weston Chandler, because of his incest. Sekiro says, 3D printing meat was way before human meat allegations. Okay. But apparently, 3D printing involves humans now. Tolosi says, laughing my ass off, ha 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 ha. Bro mentioned Chris Chan. I did mention the Sonichu man. I guess says, what is the name of this emoji, please? This emoji? My guess is puppy eyes. Notification says, yo, I'm gonna sleep now, good night. See ya, notification. Sekiro says, I meant after Atarisk and McDonald's human meat allegations was way before those capabilities. It's before that. Okay. It's Vamp says, you look more mature day by day. Thank you. It's Vamps. Brad says, there's already been news evidence showing human meat has been in use. There is? Huh, I might look into that. Choso says, I don't think he wants to know about human meat. Yeah, I mean, I do and I don't. Like, if it's true, then it bothers me. Like, it's an uncomfortable truth, maybe. Sek says, are you a space vampire? I'm not. Zaka says, Brad Piff is paranoid. Okay. Anime says, what is the longest you stream reading? I've done 12 hours once. Dam says, you really said asterisk instead of asterisk, what a noob. I noticed that after I said that, actually. Innie says, what would your autobiography be called? Literally, parasocial. I'm not just saying that because, like, you guys are watching my channel, and my channel's called that. I have had parasocial relationships. AI says, why are you so calm? IShowSpeed should take classes from you. I mean, maybe I should take classes from IShowSpeed. If what I care about is views, I probably should go crazy like him. John says, answer me. Ask your question again without that preface, and I'll answer you. Klippa says, you drink like a toddler. Interesting. II says, what are you noting on PC? Well, the last thing I searched up was how you spell asterisk, because I was unsure if I said it right earlier, and I said asterisk, which is wrong. Dexo says, my online girlfriend turned out to be a 40-year-old man. I still love him, I think. Okay. John Kelly says, do you know what Soylent Green is? I don't, but it sounds familiar. Coldslayer says, so you're saying they are interbreeding cows and humans for McDonald's meat? Maybe in a, like, I don't think people are saying, I don't know. I'm confused as well. Sekira says, I believe Dexo's comment for some reason. Okay. Zane says, if you had a superpower, what would it be? Read minds. John Kelly says, Soylent Green is people. I mean, okay. What people then? Can you elaborate instead of being vague? Brad says, Soylent Green is an old movie that I was recommended, but have yet to see. Okay. Matteo says, I subbed. Okay. AI says, I love how you're not overreacting to stuff, which most people would overreact to. I mean, to be honest, if people told me this stuff face to face, I probably would go crazy. But because it's just text, you know. Arfix says, did you know that a cannibal said pig tastes like human? I did know that. Archie says, what do you say, 67? I prefer not to. Dam says, good job on taking accountability. Politicians can take notes. Okay. Annie says, what's the most you thing you've done recently? Most me thing? I'm not too sure. I mean, the streaming the way I do is pretty unique to me. John Kelly says, look up the movie Cult Movie, very good. You want me to look up and watch Soylent Green. Okay. Kleppa says, can you grow your beard? I do grow facial hair, but it doesn't look that good. Drago says, arg. Okay. Joseph says, do you ever condemn people's in real life comments? I don't say that sentence in real life. Dexo says, my boss, the CEO of DP World, is in the Epstein files and they were close friends. Wow. Nitro says, hey, remember me from like 3 hours ago? I don't. RM says, will you ever answer us? Do you like McDonald's? Don't include will you answer us in your message and I'll answer you. Nitro says, hey, remember me? I still don't. AN says, double penetration world. What? Audrey says, I've been asking for 10 minutes. Do you like Stranger Things? I don't. Brad says, what you eat a cooked person if it was all you had for survival? Or would you rather just die? I mean, I don't know. I'll say this. If the cooked person was I knew for sure an evil person, a murderer or something, I probably could do it. Shagod says, I read that a court threw out the allegations of human meat. Okay, so they're not convicted of that. Okay. J. Christine says, new here, but if you're single, would you go out with me? I mean, considering that I don't know you, no. Joseph says, cross the bridge when you get to it, Don. Yeah. I'll cannibalize if I have... In relation to the cannibalize question, I'll cross that bridge when I get there. I don't know says, if you become unable to speak English, but you are able to pick to speak new language, which would you speak? Spanish. Galaxy says, remember me. I don't. Brad says, never would I have guessed that the type of person being eaten would play a part in anyone's decision. Huh, I personally would think that what I said is it's common. First says, would you share the oats with us today? No. Any says, what's something you've overthought into philosophy? If all humans are evil or not. FOL says, do you get haircuts? I not have been getting them. Excuse me. What's happening to my English? I haven't had one in many months, I'll say that. Joseph says, I would speak Jacqueline Land English. You would speak English with an Australian accent? Okay. Perry says, do you like coconut water infused with chocolate? No. Zucka says, you should set up memberships. I don't want to. I have nothing to offer. FOL says, I'm your neighbor. Okay. Any says, what would your about me be if you were brutally honest? I mean, I don't want to be brutally honest on the stream. Sekiro says, yeah, usually I feel like the cannibal survival thing is usually based on people's disgust or morality, not if they're evil or not. I mean, I definitely would be greatly disgusted, like, to an insane degree, but if I was starving, I can see myself stomaching it. Drago says, I still need a mod. Okay. Says, do you like Coca-Cola or Pepsi? I like Coca-Cola more. Webb says, favorite game? One of them is Rainbow Six Siege. That one animator says, do you like jazz? Yeah, yes. Klippa says, in your house. Okay. Aiden says, Dr. Pepper or Sprite? I prefer Sprite, actually. Evil says, do you smile? Because you don't look like it. I mean, I just did like a second ago. 1 second, I'm typing something. Please give me 1 second. Okay. Arch says, brush the damn teeth, will ya? I do. Winter says, fight 100 snail-sized... I don't know, that question kind of bores me. Joseph says, now my heart is thumping because I am not going to save the chat this time. Okay, I mean, I have been streaming for a while, so I accept it if it ends now. First says, Don actually smiles so much if you know how to read his face. Yeah. I says, are you gonna play GTA 6 on its release? Probably not on its release. Sab says, Nike or Adidas? Nike. Drago says, now make me mod. No. Gary says, what's your educational qualification? I'm gonna keep that private. Cold Slayer says, Don will even laugh for you if you super chat. I mean, not on purpose. I mean, you have a higher chance of making me laugh with a super chat because I'm in a heightened mood, but it's not guaranteed. Fred says, hot Cheetos or Takis? Cheetos. Rotten says, Ramadan Mubarak. What does that second word mean? What does that mean? The Flippin' Gambler says, I don't know what to say. I think I know what you mean. You don't need to. Lost in a Room says, someone is going to save the stream. I mean, maybe, but I'm okay if it ends. AI says, how to hack all the servers of Rockstar so that they give us a GTA 6 earlier. I heard that the method is with a TV remote controller. Annie says, what's something you pretend doesn't impress you but absolutely does? I mean, sometimes I get comments that I think are cool, but I don't compliment them. Bera says, do you play Minecraft? Yes. Miss Cutie says, stupidity. Okay. Joseph Barrera says, Barak says means blessed. Means blessed. Okay. Ramadan blessed is what that guy was saying. Okay. Dexo says, can you add 5 seconds for the time since you've been typing? No, I'm not going to add that little of time. I have to be gone for like a whole minute or something. Joel says innocuous. I can't speak. Innocuous. Sab says favorite food. The cheeseburger. Chocolate says hey. Hello, Chocolate. First says a second grader hacked my old elementary school system accidentally. Okay. POV says, do you goon to Sophie Rain? I do not goon to that OF model. Many says, day 2 of asking why you started this content. Because of fame, money. Cold Slayer says, we can hear your stomach growling, Don. No you can't. Spunky says, good day, mate. Yeah, good day. Zucka super chatted five, what is that? Pounds? I think that's pounds. Thank you for the 5 pounds. I appreciate it, Zucka. Zucka says, 5 more minutes, please. I'm not ready to shoot my load yet. You're still masturbating? You're not near ejaculation? Okay, I mean, that kind of disturbs me, but you gave me money. Thank you. Let me extend the timer. Time extended, you saved the stream. Thank you, Zucka. POV says, I don't know if I pull yo on cam. I don't know what that means. Gub says, do you like cheese? I do. Dexo says, if I like tomboys, do I kind of like boys? I don't know, man. First says, at least they're not Euros and not IDR, laughing out loud. I'm pretty sure Euros are not inflated. I don't know why you say Euros. Brad says, how do you even know who Sophie Rain is? Wasn't expecting you to. I mean, you don't have to be a OnlyFans connoisseur to know who they are. They're kind of popular in meme and internet culture. Evil says, do you watch animes? I've watched a lot of Studio Ghibli movies. Dark says, what's up, gang? Hello, Dark. Innie says, if your thoughts had subtitles, would they help you or not? They would not. I'm afraid I would freak people out with my thoughts. The Flippin' Gambler super chatted 20 American dollars. Thank you, the Flippin' Gambler. The Flippin' Gambler says, meant to send last message with super. Also, try not to die in zombies. Okay. Yeah, I kind of got that. When you sent that last message, I interpreted it as like, what should I send in my super chat I'm about to send? So I kind of got what you're saying. And you say, also trying not to die in zombies. I wonder what zombies you're playing. Kino der Toten? Mob of the Dead? Or Origins? Some weird modern day Call of Duty Black Ops 7 weird one. Thank you for the super chat. You've sent a lot of super chats. Like, maybe like $100 in total. That's very crazy. Thank you, Gambler. Let me extend the timer because of your super chat. Time extended. Thank you for helping the stream. The Flippin' Gambler says Black Ops 7. Okay, you're playing the modern one. A lot of people hate that game. I'm sure there's lots of fun to be had in it though, even though I've heard that it's pretty bad. Brad says, you seem to struggle to read very basic sentences quite often, Donald. That's true. That's true. I think it has to do with the fact that I'm trying to read pretty fast. And also because I have to automatically fix people's typos in my speech. Lost says, I'll have to hear the stream since my class started. Okay, you can't watch it. Joseph says, Black Ops 6 zombies were decent. Okay. Kayleigh says, L, you didn't shout out my chat. Okay. Innie says, what's something small that makes you feel deeply alive? Insects, getting in my face and being annoying. It really kind of wakes me up. Joel says, subtitles are mainly used by people with poor attention spans. Yeah, and like YouTube Shorts. Yeah. Many says, Bro, how many family members you have? I have many. POV says, I'ma rip a fat fart on your nose. It looks fartable. Okay. Allo says, yes, you can add me. My user is Sarjura Lovic. I never agreed to add you on anything. Are you talking to someone else? Cold Slayer says, was BO2 better? I mean, like, in comparison to what? I haven't played, Black Ops 7. First says, I also think Dawn expects a sentence to go one way, but then it goes another. That's definitely, another reason. I kind of thought of that as well, but I didn't really know how to put it into words. Yeah, that's an interesting insight there first. Dexo says, Black Ops 2 Zombies, the DLC with the bus was amazing. That wasn't DLC, that was the first map that dropped with the base game. Austin says, World at War Zombies was by far the best. Anything new is shiz. Okay. Ruben says, do you know what my name is? Your name is Ruben. Wyatt says hi. Hello, Wyatt. Nitro says, Attempt 45. My uncle plane crashed in Amazon rainforest, and he ate 32 people. He in jail now. Okay. 5 Minutes says, Modern Warfare 4 was my favorite. Okay. I don't know if that had zombies though. I guess you're just talking about Call of Duties in general. Joseph says, BO3 was legitimately the peak of the zombie franchise. Yeah, I've heard that opinion, but personally I prefer Black Ops 2. Yusuf says, Attempt 9. Goodbye. Dawn, see you soon. Goodbye, Yusuf. Mantis says, invest more in shorts to boost the views. You got time? I don't know what you mean by that last bit, but I'm thinking about making shorts. Ago says, do you know Metallica? I've heard of them. AI says, have you completed all GTA games? Only 5. GTA 5. Heather says, I started bouncing in circles, and Casper scared me. What are you saying? Sekiro says, Bully Maguire. I'm wearing an outfit that kinda is that. FOL says, can I friend you on Roblox? No, you cannot. 5 Minutes says, have you played any Resident Evil games? I have not played any Resident Evil games. That one animator says, have you played any VR games? I've played a VR game at a convention once, like a Comic-Con kind of thing, and it was pretty fun. Harry says, if so, what shorts would you make? Just highlights from me streaming. Mantis says, I meant that you got the time. Oh, I think I do have the time. Cold Slayer says, Dawn is the king of introverts. Okay. Choso says, are you in the files? I am not in the files. Moo says, yeep. Okay. Little says, hi, I'm new. Hello, Little. Karina says, how can you still be doing this live stream? I will be ending it soon though, because Super Chats no longer add to the timer. I'm making an official announcement right now, by the way. Super Chats no longer increase the timer. No longer. This is it. I'm locking the timer. So do not Super Chat with the intention of me streaming longer. The timer is not increasing it at all. F6 says how to Eonate. With the $sign at the bottom of the screen. Zane says, what makes you happy? Other people. Isabella says hello. Hello, Isabella. Sekiro says, I mean, he's on here streaming his face, so he can't be the king. Okay. Right now I'm thinking of Nick A, 30. Joseph says, how is not the question, why? Now, that is a question worth examining. Interesting. Insufficient says, not Resident Evil Requiem, it's Daycare Evil Diddy Quim. Okay. Vant says, are you tired? A little bit. Zeus super chatted $2 Canadian. Thank you, Zeus. Zeus, king of gods. Zeus says, Don, I do not want the timer, just a smile. Thank you. I think you did get me to smile. I like money. Thank you, Zeus, for your Canadian dollars. Jay says, do you like Star Wars? I am not a fan. Caddy says, do you have dyslexia? I don't. Star says, you choose the comments, huh? I do. Chasso says, turn the volume up because this is a funeral for the living. What? Klippa says, I can tell that your balls are stuck to your thighs. Okay. And he says, if you felt completely secure, what would change? I would walk around foreign countries like Iraq, Iran, just exploring because I knew that I wasn't gonna die or get robbed because I feel secure. If I was secure. Klippa says, I can tell. I already read that. Zeus says, I went to bed and Don was reading messages. The grind set is admirable, no joke. I appreciate that you rewarded my grind set with your God dollars, your Zeus dollars. I don't. Liver says, yo, what's good, bro? Hello, Liver. James says, when did you first ever stream? September. Liver says, I hope you're having a great day. I am, thank you. That one animator says, do you like Pokemon? I never got into Pokemon. Little says, what's the timer for, though? It's when I end the stream. It's not that important right now. Broski says, do you like potatoes? I do. Multi-Subconscious says, have you heard of the opera Rusalka? It's really good. I haven't. You like opera? Just James says, your brain is more active while asleep than watching TV. Information travels along nerves at roughly 400. That's an interesting fact. More active than... Your brain is more active sleeping. That's pretty crazy. Joseph says, are you going live within the next 24 hours, Don? Or don't count on it? If I don't count on it. I am gonna introduce a feature eventually where you can guarantee that I'll do that with donations. Joe Dirt says, super chatted $2 American. Thank you, Joe Dirt. Joe Dirt says, we need you in the night shift. I'm sorry. I may be changing my schedule daytime for America. So hopefully you don't live in America, because I am probably going to stream more in the daytime. Chasso says, you don't watch JJK. I don't. Karina says, what is Ronaldo's favorite fruit? It's the appetitive fruit. Cold Slayer says, a Martian grew potatoes with his poop. Okay. L says, can you bark? Wrong streamer. Broski says, are you potato? I am not. Gaming says, thank you for C-SPAN. When did you lose your virginity? No comment. Pat says, you seem to have more personality today. Okay. First says Kit Kats or Nerds gummy clusters. I don't like chocolate. Nerds. Brad says, I think nighttime streaming is better when people are chillin' and winding down. Yeah, maybe. But I am kind of leaning towards streaming in the evening. Joseph says, don't count on it, say less. Okay, I don't know what you're trying to get at. Florp says, do you randomly choose chats or do you choose the newest message? Not the newest message, I randomly choose. Innie says, what makes you feel chosen? When I get super chats. That one animator says a group of frogs is called a army. Okay. Natalie says, can I sub to you? Yes. Joseph says, on you going live again. Okay. You're trusting that I won't go live and within 24 hours because I said I wouldn't? Okay. Legend says cats or dogs? Dogs. George says, are you high? I'm not. Cold says, after stream, Don's going straight to McDonald's for burgers and Coke. Maybe. George says, are you high? Again, I'm not. Yo says, are you gay? I am not. Innie says, what makes someone unforgettable? If they are 6'5" or above. Bob says, do you remember me? I don't. James says, hi from Scotland, where are you from? I'm from the USA. Joseph says, nah, McDonald's is still serving breakfasts. I mean, yeah, maybe. Reagan says, would you rather burgers or fries? Definitely burgers. Famous says, Cheetos are made from the song Despacito. Okay. Elias says, hello from Denmark. Hello, Elias. Innie says, what's something that instantly makes you respect someone? I don't know. If they're an old person, I automatically respect them a bit more. Cold Slayer says, Dawn, are you from the States? I'm from the provinces. You live in Canada? I live in the States. Racco says, Christmas or Halloween? Halloween. Eric says, do you know any K-pop groups or soloists? No. Multi-Subconscious says, not only opera, but a lot of classical music subgenres. My collection of classical music is around 1 month long. That's pretty cool. I want to listen to more classical music. A1 says, I was here earlier at like 11:45 a.m. and I was blah blah blah. Okay. It is pretty crazy how long I stream. Animator says, do you like my animal facts, Dawn? To be honest, I don't remember what your animal facts have been. So, Lorna says Ronaldo or Messi? Messi. Poco says, are you a bird? I clearly am not a bird. I am not like you. Lorna, sorry, read that. J Shriv says, do you remember me? I don't. Joseph says, not even Big Dick can save the chat now. Yeah. You cannot save the chat. You know what? I'll say this. Never mind. I was gonna introduce a new feature to the stream, but not right now. First says, when I was 6, I actually thought I was a bird. Whoa, that's... says, are you still in school? I'm not in school. Or am I? Cold Slayer says, bada boom, realist... Well, I'm not in high school. That's what a... Bada boom, realist guy in the room. How you doing? I'm doing good. Raphael says, Don, when did you change your hairstyle? Maybe like 2 weeks ago. Joseph says, say your thought. Nothing is written in stone. Okay. If I receive $15 in total, like it can be from multiple people in donations, 15, then I'll stream within 30 hours of me ending this stream. $15. Right now, there's $4 in the crowd fund. You says, can I be a mod? You can not be a mod. No. Billy says hi. Hello, Billy. Hannah says hello. Hello, Hannah. A1 says, do you have a job other than streaming? I keep that private. Millie says, I'm not mentally okay. Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. The Flippin' Gambler super chatted 9 American dollars. Thank you, the Flippin' Gambler. So, I mean, thank you. I'm acting like that's nothing, but that's 10 whole dollars. Thank you so much. But, so $14 have been super chatted in total. So, if I receive one more, then I'll definitely stream within 30 hours of me ending this one. I'm not gonna take a multi-day break if I get $1. Rochelle says, do you play Roblox? I don't play Roblox. 4K says, should I donate $100? You shouldn't. But maybe $1. Brad says, wait. If you get $15, when to stream within the next 24 hours? Next 30 hours, but it probably will be under 24 hours. The Flippin' Gambler super chatted 10 American dollars. Whoa. Okay, so I will be streaming within 30 hours of me ending this stream. Thanks to the Flippin' Gambler. Thank you, Gambler. You've super chatted a lot this stream. You've been a whale, if you know what that term is. It relates to video games. Thank you, Gambler. Like, a lot of, like, I've been streaming for 5 hours and a half, and, like, that's a lot thanks to you because of your super chats. Thank you. I feel bad just saying thank you and moving on to the next message, but this is what this... I don't know what else to do. Thank you so much, Gambler. Cold Slayer says nonchalant Don. Okay. Roblox says, why do you look like Gru? Genetics. Joseph says he's a gambler in real life, W. Apparently a successful gambler. Josh says, hello, do you remember me? I don't. Innie says, what kind of a conversation pulls you deeper? One's about the sinful nature of humanity. Archer says, can I have 100,000 pounds? Sorry, no. The first captain says, goodbye, Don. See you in under 30 hours. Yeah, in under 30 hours. Brad says, I was asking at what point in the stream does receiving the $15 play a part in the streaming within 30 hours? That's an excellent question. It starts when I lock the timer. Joseph says promise. Promise. And if I don't make it within 30 hours, I'll donate $15 to charity. Austin says, I just took my methadone. Tastes like shit. Okay. Johanna says, what game do you like on Roblox? I don't play Roblox. Luke says, want me to dono? Yeah, but there's not really a point in doing it. You don't get anything in return. Lost says, get on Discord, bro. Let's talk. Maybe. No. Pixel says, I ate my homework. Okay. Joseph Barrera says, have a good day, Don. See you later. Goodbye, Joseph. Thank you for your miraculous super chat. And thank you, Gambler, for your tons of super chats that I imagine that you won gambling on poker. Goodbye, everyone.